Yodanandana Rajajana Ranjana
Yeshodanandana Rajajana
Yashodanandana Rajajana Ranjana
Rajajana
Munatira Vanachari Munatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gaurandana Raja Jana Ranjana Gaurandana Raja Jana Ranjana Munatira Vana Kari Jaya Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Om Vishnuvad Panaman Supari Prad Karja Ashto Tirasat Shri Srimad A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Shri Sri Radha Krishna Gopinath Sham Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Navadip Dham Ki Jai Jagannath Puri Ki Jai Gangamai Ki Jai Jamunamai Ki Jai Tulsi Devi Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Gaur Premanande. So first we should find out where the echo is. It's not just an echo on the amplifier, but it's an echo from an extra circuit. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. That seems good. Yeah, we got it. Thank you. Where's my Kindle? I thought you were bringing it. Kindle and the Bhagavad Gita. And this, what is this japa tape going on? In the Jewish religion, they have their scripture, and then the scripture is kept in a mm, respectful place. And above that, they have a lamp, which is supposed to be always shining. And it seems that in ISKCON, we've created a similar ritual that there should always be a japa tape of Srila Prabhupada playing. But to tell you the truth, it makes no sense to me. Japa is for one's personal meditation. We want to broadcast Prabhupada's presence. Kirtan makes sense. And yeah, and that too, not a 20-second loop of kirtan, but actual kirtan. Otherwise, silence is quite acceptable. Fill it in with your own chant for what it's worth. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
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 Evam Evam
Evam
Janam
Jana
Nipatitam
Nipatitam
Prabhava
Prabhava
Ahikupe
Ahikupe
Kama Pikamam
Rama Pikamam
Anu
Anu
Yaha
Ya
Prapatan
Prapatan
Prasangat
Prasanga
Kritva
Kritva
Atmasat
Atmasat
Surarshina
Suratina
Bhagavan
Bhagavan
Grihita
Grihita
Soham
Soham
Katam
Katham
Nu
Nu
Visraje
Visajen
Tava
Tava
Vritya
Ritya
Sevam
Seva
Evam Janam Nipatitam Prabhavahi Kube
Am Janam Nipatitam Prabhavahi Kupe
Kama Pikama Manuya Prapatan Prasangat
Ya Prapatan Prasanga
Kritvatmasat Sudarshina Bhagavan Grihita
Atmasat Surasina Bhagavan Grihita
Soham Katam Visraje Tava Pritya Sevam
Soham Katham Visaje Tava Pritya Sevam
Evam Janam Nipatitam Prabhavahi Kupe
Evam Janam Nipatitam Prabhavati Kupe
Kama Pikama Manuya Prapatan Prasangat
Kama Vikama Madhurya Prapatan Prasanga
Ritvatmasat Sudarshina Bhagavan Grihita
Vatmasat Surasina Bhagavan Grihita
Soham Katam Visraje Tava Pritya Sevam
Soham Katham Visate Tava Pritya Sevam
Yes.
Evam Janam Nipatitam Prabhavati Kupe Evam Janam Nipatitam Prabhavati Kupe Kama Vikamam Anuya Prapatan Prasanga Kama Vikamam Anuya Prapatan Prasanga Ritvatmasat Surasina Bhagavan Prihita
Ritvatmasat Sudarshina Bhagavan Grihita
Katham no visaje tava pritya sevam. Soham katham no visaje tava pritya sevam.
Someone?
Evam janam nipatitam prabhavahi kupe Kama vikama anuya prapatan prasanga Kritvatmasat surasina bhagavan grihita Soham katham nu prasajeta avabhritya seva.
Others?
Evam janam nipatitam prabhavati kupe.
Evam janam nipatitam prabhavahi kupe.
Kama vikamya prapatam prasanga.
Kama vikama anuya prapatan prasanga.
Atmasat surashina bhagavan vihita.
Kritvatmasat surasina bhagavan grihita.
Katam vishajeta vabhritya seva.
Soham katham nu prasajeta avabhritya seva.
Evam, thus,
Thus,
janam,
janam,
people in general,
people in general,
nipatitam,
nipatitam,
fallen,
fallen,
prabhava,
prabhava
of material existence,
of material existence,
ahikupe,
anikupe,
in a blind well,
in a blind well,
full of snakes,
full of snakes,
kama,
Kama.
ahikamam,
kama, kama,
desiring the sense objects,
desiring the sense of it,
anu,
anu,
following,
following,
yaha,
yaha,
the person who,
the person who,
prapatan,
prapatan,
falling down
falling down
in this condition,
in this condition,
prasanga,
prasanga,
because of bad association
because of bad association
or increased association
or increased association
with material
with
desires.
material desires.
Kritva atmasad,
Kritva atmasat,
to causing me
causing me
to acquire spiritual qualities like himself.
to acquire spiritual qualities like himself.
Sri Narada,
Srinara,
Sura Rishina,
Sura Rishina,
by the great saintly person,
and the great saintly person,
Narada,
Narada,
Bhagavan,
Bhagavan,
O my Lord,
O my Lord,
Grihitaha,
Grihitaha,
accepted,
accepted,
Saha,
Saha,
that person,
that person,
Aham,
Aham,
I,
I,
Katam,
Katam,
how,
how,
Nu,
no,
indeed,
indeed,
Risajay,
Mr. J
can give up,
can give up,
Tava,
Tava,
your,
your,
Pritya Sevam,
Pritya Seva,
the service of your pure
the
devotees.
service of your pure devotee.
Is there water? Okay. Nice, cool water. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of my association with material desires, one after another, I was gradually falling into a blind well full of snakes, following the general populace. But your servant, Nard Muni, kindly accepted me as his disciple and instructed me how to achieve this transcendental position. Therefore, my first duty is to serve him. How could I leave his service? Purport. As will be seen in later verses, even Even though Prahlad Maharaj was directly offered all the benedictions he might have desired, he refused to accept such offerings from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. On the contrary, he asked the Lord to engage him in the service of his servant, Nard Muni. This is the symptom of a pure devotee. One should serve the spiritual master first. It is not that one should bypass the spiritual master and desire to serve the Supreme Lord. This is not the principle for a Vaishnava. Narottama Das Thakur says, Vandira Chodana Sevi Opta Shane Vash, Joname Hoy, E Abhilash. One should not be anxious to offer direct service to the Lord. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advised that one become a servant of the servant of the servant of the Lord. Gopi Bharatu Padakamalayur Dasa Dasana Das. This is the process for approaching the Supreme Lord. The first service should be rendered to the spiritual master, so that by his mercy one can approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead to render service. Would you like to read the rest of the proof?
I'll take up the mic.
Take the whole thing.
On it.
This is the process for approaching the Supreme Lord. The first service should be rendered to the spiritual master, so that by his mercy one can approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead to render service. While teaching Rupa Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Guru Krishna Prasade Bhai Bhakti Lata. One can achieve the seat of devotional service by the mercy of the Guru, the spiritual master, and then by the mercy of Krishna. This is the secret of success. One should try to please the spiritual master, and then one should attempt to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur also says, Yasya Prasadat Bhagavat Prasado. One should not attempt to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead by concoction. One must first be prepared to serve the spiritual master. And when one is qualified, he is automatically offered the platform of direct service to Allah. Therefore, Prahlad Maharaj proposed that he engage in the service of Narad Muni. He never proposed that he engage directly in the service of the Lord. This is the right conclusion. Therefore, he said, Soham katham nu vrisaje tava bhritya seva. How can I give up the service of my spiritual master, who has favored me in such a way that I am now able to see you face to face? Prahlad Maharaj prayed to the Lord that he might continue to engage in the service of the spiritual master.
Om Jnana Timidandhasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurniditam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manopistam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Ayam Rupa Kodamahyam Dadati Chapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Jatapadakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavam Shri Rupam Shagrajatam Shahagana Jaganatan Vitam Stam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savatutam Rijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lodita Sri Vishakhan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Deenabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Sapta Kamshana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hori Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindho Pyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Vivasadi Gaur Bhakta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Evam Janam Nipatitam Prabhavahi Kupe Kama Vikama Manuyat Prapatan Prasangat Kritvatmasat Surashina Bhagavan Grihita Soham Katam Nuvisrajay Tavabritya Seva. Well, this verse was chosen for me, and it's an important verse. I suppose the thought was that we should not give up the service of our spiritual master. That's rather a modest suggestion. We of course, it's a modest suggestion. We should do more. Just not leaving, that's all right. At least let us stick around and continue to serve. But we should do more than just not leave. We should do more than just not leave. We should do something. Coming from a line of pure devotees who've done great service for spreading Krishna consciousness, we should try to contribute something, not just be able to say at the end, well, I didn't leave at least. At least that much we should be able to say. And not leave also means not leave the instructions of the spiritual master. Not just that I stayed physically present, I kept with the devotees, maybe I kept some signs of a Vaishnava, but then I didn't follow that also, and that's brought out by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in his commentary. And we should continue to follow the principles of sadhana given by the spiritual master. We should continue to strictly follow 4 regulative principles, chant 16 rounds a day, and follow the other principles of devotional service prescribed by the spiritual master on the basis of Shastra. That's also part of not leaving. Not leaving doesn't just mean that you see me every day, but it means that I have to follow the regulative principles. I have to follow the principles for advancement and purification. It's also significant here that this is all personal. Tavabritya Seva Surarshina Kritatmasat Surarshina Bhagavan Grihit. I was fallen in the ocean of material existence. I was following the fools who are pursuing
illusory sense gratification, and who kindly accepted me. It wasn't just an institutional affair. I signed an oath of loyalty to an organizational entity, and so that saved me from material existence. And I'm sure that the organizational entity will be there for me life after life. That's not what we find here. I'm sorry. And that's not what we find here. It's personal. The Nard Muni personally saw to it that I was engaged in the service of the Supreme Personality of God. And so I have a debt, an eternal connection with him. Everything, Prabhupada said, everything in Krishna consciousness is personal. So, and that's our good fortune also. Organizations may be required, organizations may be very good, but finally, everything is personal also. The spiritual master is there as the personal representative of Krishna for freeing us from material existence. And in return, we, not just in return, but in that relationship, we serve the spiritual master. And within the institution, there may be so many people serving so many spiritual masters. So and the institution is meant to provide a framework in which that devotional service, as prescribed in the Shastras, takes place. The institution is not a substitute for the Shastras or a substitute for the spiritual master or a substitute for the sadhus, but it provides an opportunity multiple opportunities to serve the spiritual master, to follow the Shastra, to associate with saint persons, and to execute devotional service. So in that sense, the institution plays an important role. And so many times, Srila Bhakti Maharaj said, don't leave the institution, stay in the institution. So we should do that. Stay in the institution, but in the institution, that's also, all right, I stayed in the institution. Very good. But do something for the institution. Do something and for the institution doesn't mean just institutional welfare, but do something to spread Krishna consciousness movement. Help the institution. Keep the institution strong, keep the institution pure, and keep the institution vigorous in spreading the movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Otherwise, if it just becomes an impersonal, administrative entity, it will not be so effective. Institutions, in fact, are, energized by the person behind the institution. There's so many Gaudiya Vaishnava institutions. So why should we say anything particular about the one that we're in, except that we're in it? But this particular institution is energized remarkably or extraordinarily by the transcendental energy of Srila Prabhupada. That's a fact. Otherwise, this institution, that institution, Hare Krishna. But what makes the institution alive is the energy imparted to it by Srila Prabhupada. And what continues the life of the institution are the devotees dedicated to serving Srila Prabhupada and dedicated to serving the servants of Srila Prabhupada. Gopi Bharta Padakamaleo, Dasa Das Amidas. Prabhupada said that the more time you add Das, the higher your position. So servant of the servant of the servant of the servant. The more times we can add servant, the more fortunate we are. Serving the spiritual master means with affection and love also. That's stated in various places in Srimad Bhagavatam. And we saw that in the life of Srila Bhakti Charamaj, that he was always serving Srila Prabhupada with so much love and affection. That outstandingly, we saw that. It wasn't just practical activity, and that also is very important, to be engaged in practical activity, translating books or doing other service. But that practical activity should be done with bhaktya, with love and affection for the spiritual master. And we saw that in Bhakti Charamaj's life. Actually, he had many opportunities to go somewhere else after Prabhupada's physical departure. All the Gaudiya Vaishnavas loved Bhakti Charamaj so much. And he was more than welcome to take part in any of the other Gaudiya institutions in Mayapur or elsewhere. And he would have been a great leader, perhaps head of one of the institutions at some point. So if we're looking for opportunities and calculating, then we could say, well, this institution offers this, and the institution I'm in now offers that. And if I join this institution, then within a short time, I could be this. This is how one might calculate. I could have take it further, but one calculates materially in terms of profit, fame, influence and power, honor, and so on. So Maharaj had so many opportunities that he could have joined anywhere. And had nice Vaishnava association also. There's so many nice Gaudiya Vaishnavas. And perhaps one might say more refined than most of the members of ISKCON. People who've been Gaudiya Vaishnavas from practically from birth, who know the culture, who are well-behaved and refined and cultured people, not Americans or Europeans. So all of that was available, but how can I leave Srila Prabhupada's service? How can I leave the society he established? My duty is to serve Srila Prabhupada. So that sense was so strong, and he taught that same sense to the disciples, promise that you'll never leave ISKCON. with all its faults. Prabhupada quoted, England with all thy faults, I love thee. So any society, our society included, may have so many faults, but still considering the dedication of our own spiritual master, the dedication of Srila Prabhupada, we have some feeling for the society. Yes, I should serve here. But again, it's not just institutional service, but that strong personal connection with the spiritual master. Even for institutional reasons, we might want to minimize the role of the spiritual master, the importance of the spiritual master, the authority of the spiritual master. But here in Srimad Bhagavatam, we find that this is the life of the disciple. This is the life of the disciple, the service of the personal spiritual master. We can't subtract that or minimize that without a huge loss to our spiritual life. And rather, this is the success of our spiritual life, that we're dedicated to the lotus feet of the spiritual master. Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya, Te Koriyaik, Arna Koriyo. This is our aspiration. This is our aspiration, to serve the Guru Mukha Padma Bhakya, the words of instruction from the lotus mouth of the bona fide spiritual master. So many times we've heard, of course, it's almost, anyway, so many times we've heard that in the absence of, physical absence of the spiritual master, we have to serve the instructions of the spiritual master. And we hear it so many times because it's so important, and because the truth of that is so significant, that the presence is by sound vibration, not just physical presence. Physical presence is wonderful, but not always available. But the presence by sound vibration is eternally available. And therefore, we're always advised to serve the words of the spiritual master, the orders, instructions of the spiritual master. And we saw that that was Bhakti Charamarsh's life. Prabhupada quoted from Vijayabhushan, I think, Vishwanath Chakravarti, that one should make the words of the spiritual master one's life and soul. And Vishwanath Chakravarti, one or the other, or both. One should make the Ekeha Guru, Vyavasaya Vika Buddhi, Ekeha Guru. This we have to carry on. I think I've quoted several times one incident, maybe from 1968, thereabouts. I heard from one godbrother that one of Prabhupada's godbrothers sent Prabhupada a book that he published. And in the introduction or preface to the book, he said that when my Guru Maharaj left this world, I lost the light of my life. And so I basically went into legal practice, and I had my family and career. And now I'm writing this book, so many decades later. So we may think this is a very nice sentiment. But Srila Prabhupada didn't appreciate it very much. He said he should have served Guru Maharaj. Not that I lost the light of my life, now I go back to my family business and make that my number one priority. Anu following the materialistic standard. The materialistic standard is not our standard. Andhaya dandaya upadhyayama. The material life means the blind are following other blind people. Our business is not to follow the blind people, even when it looks good. Sometimes the materialists have, it seems, very admirable ethical standards or very admirable this or that. They have better ideas, this or that or the other thing. But our job, our duty is not to follow them. All right, sometimes there may be some good standards from the material world, but finally we have to judge by the instructions of the spiritual master. There was some incident, the devotees took advice from one very good expert attorney and concluded that instead of having so many ISKCON centers, we should have one umbrella corporation, and all the other ISKCON corporations should be under the umbrella corporation. And those who were consulting this attorney were quite dedicated to this proposition and how to implement it. And Prabhupada has cut it down. This becomes bureaucracy, and it creates the notion that we're all dependent on the central entity. They'll do everything. Anyway, we become dependent on this central authority for everything. And Prabhupada wanted leaders who would be independently thoughtful and independent ISKCON entities working under the GBC, but not standard bureaucratic style, like a franchise where everything is determined from the top, and they tell you how many French fries to have in a per serving, and so you measure it out exactly according to the standard from headquarters, and you mix up the ketchup exactly according to the formula that they give you. All you have to do is follow, and then everything is very nice. That's not what Prabhupada wanted. Of course, there should be standards for the whole society regarding important matters, but not that everything is simply coming down from on high and everybody else just nods their head and does what comes from headquarters. Prabhupada wanted devotees to be independently thought. So he cut that down. He cut that down. So how did I get into that tangent? I think I had some point that I wanted to make from it, but I can't remember what it was. But the point, at least we'll take the point that, yes, that their standards are not our standards. We had this expert lawyer, he gave his expert opinion, but it wasn't consistent with the desire of the spiritual master. Therefore, useless. It may seem like a very good idea, very much to the point, very expert, obviously right, but if it's contrary to the instructions of the spiritual master, then don't accept. Contrary to the instructions of the spiritual master, these three sources, Guru, Shastra, and Sadhu, finally the Shastra is the standard, and the bona fide guru carries out or teaches the instructions how to apply Shastra, how to live according to Shastra, teaches the disciples with the support of the sadhus who are also in tune with Shastra. So there may be other standards that may seem very, very good, but that's not what we follow. When they support our Vaishnav conclusions and Vaishnav mode of life, then we may accept. And when it's contrary, we reject. Anukul yasya sankalpa pratikul yasya varjana. Whatever's favorable, we accept. Whatever's unfavorable, we reject. Favorable means according to Shastra. Tasmat Shastra pramanante karya vyavasthita. We know what to do and what not to do by the directions of Shastra. It may seem very, some other idea may seem quite right, but we can't ignore the Shastra. Or put it off to the side and say, yes, it's very important. The acharyas have said important things, but anyway, let's get on with our business. We have to follow. Otherwise, we'll again fall into material contamination. So, but a charjavan pucho veda, person who has a bona fide spiritual master can. So Bhakti Charamaj knew everything. He was following Srila Prabhupada with great devotion and love, and with great enthusiasm and energy, and then engaging all of you accordingly. Lord Hari. And at the same time setting the example of a perfect Vaishnava. Vaishnava is, Prabhupada one time said, Vaishnava is not an ordinary thing. Vaishnava is not an ordinary thing. Extraordinary. To find a Vaishnava. And to find an ideal Vaishnava, still more extraordinary. And then to find an ideal Gaudiya Vaishnava, that's still more extraordinary. So Srila Bhakti Charamaj was exactly that, ideal Gaudiya Vaishnava, ideal servant of Srila Prabhupada, ideal servant of the holy name, ideal teacher of Krishna consciousness. So many good qualities following in the line of Srila Narada Muni. Narada Muni Bhajayavina Radhika Ram, chanting the holy name of Krishna to the Narada Muni is spreading Krishna consciousness everywhere and uplifting the fallen souls. So we're fortunate to be able to come in touch with the pure devotee, following in the line of Narada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Any questions? Comments? Yes.
Thank you, Maharaj. Very nice class. Thinking of the point that you mentioned that how when you're working within an institution and we can kind of like ignore that aspect of the personal connection with the group. And coming because it's going to big society, we come, we offer some seva, and I'm just thinking like how can we focus on that personal connection and not just be like coming, doing some seva, going and just.
We have to keep it in front. we have to know, first of all, the philosophy that the mercy of Krishna comes especially through the Guru Krishna Prasade Pai, Bhakti Lata Bij, Tandira Charana Sevi Bhakti. All these things we have to know. And therefore we have to keep it Prabhupada would say, in our front, keep it in front of us, that this is my business to serve my spiritual master. And then that I can do within the institution. He asked me to serve in the institution. So let me do that. But it's not that I'm just another institutional member, or that he was just another institutional member, that it's all about the institution. Both things are there, the institution and the spiritual master. And the spiritual master should never be minimized. That's what is it? The first offense in chanting the holy name or Bhakya, to disregard or disobey or trivialize the instructions of order of the spiritual master. We should keep that very carefully.
In line with that, like when we are offering when you're offering any seva, like this coming to the temple and offering seva, and that seva itself be considered that this is my seva to the Guru.
Yes, it should be like that. We come, we're doing the RT, the Murti Seva, but it's not just an institutional function unless I'm making money at it. That this is my profession. I come and wave some agarbatti, or I cook some preparations, and this way I support my family, and it's very nice. That's another thing. But actually, I should think that I'm serving the deity on behalf of my spiritual master. Or, yes, that this is my service to my spiritual master. The deity means Krishna. Krishna is not just a statue who needs to be served so that I can collect my paycheck at the end of the week or the end of the month. And Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and I'm the servant of Krishna. Or more to the point, I'm the servant of Krishna. My spiritual master is serving Krishna. I'm serving my spiritual master. That's what makes it go. That's what makes it devotional service rather than just a job. That I'm doing this for my spiritual master. And then Krishna becomes pleased. If it's simply for earning a livelihood, then you get the great benefit of money. But you don't get the same reciprocation from the personality of God, and the same advancement in devotional service. You just get to maintain your family life. But when we think that I have to do this that Krishna is here and my spiritual master is serving Krishna, I have to assist, or I want to assist, I'm eager to assist, then we make great progress. Is that all right? Yes. Click. Hare Krishna.
Especially with this staying within society regardless of all the flaws, that was really
A little louder. I think you have to speak right into the microphone and then it works. That's good.
I have two questions. I'm going to try to lump into one. You mentioned that we know what to do through Shastra and through following Shastra, and we see that our Shastra are Bhagavatam, and then Bhagavatam is mostly instructions through the stories of great saints and sages like this, and devotees. But it's so vast, like there are so many different moods that these souls have, so how can we follow that properly? And then in that, because I know we have this Guru Sadhu Shastra, but we see in our society, there are so many gurus and we don't really have the same like mood where it's recommended in scriptures that the disciple stay at the guru's ashram for 1 year to kind of observe, and then the guru can really.
Even without staying at the Guru's ashram, you'll see what is the Guru's mood, what is his emphasis, what is his desire. It's not a secret that those who didn't live at the ashram will never know what he wanted, will never know what his emphasis was, will never know what his example was. Everybody knows. Even those who aren't disciples, we know, at
Also,
least to some extent.
true. I'm thinking also from the point of the spiritual master guiding us in how to follow Shastra nicely, like according to our nature.
So you see his example, that's the first thing. You see his example, and then for individual instruction, so the representatives of the spiritual master may be there, or the leaders who may be in the context of the institution may be there. Those who are seniors. That's also sadhus, the guru and the sadhu. Who is sadhu? Who supports the guru, who helps me follow my guru, is sadhu. So with the help, not just that, oh, I only follow my guru. Everyone else, get out. But these sadhus help me follow my guru. Yeah, the institution helps me follow my guru. They encourage me to follow my guru. They assist me in serving my guru. So then the sadhus and the organization of sadhus becomes very valuable. Is that okay? Something else?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark, for the class and appreciate it. So I just want to put an input onto the question she asked and what you answered. So I'd rather, my thought and my thinking is that you do what you do because you know where you are. You're doing what you do, you understand Prabhupada, and you do what you do. So in the institution, if you're doing some service in the institution is there to help other souls. So that is one point doing the service. It is not a service for yourself, but it's a service for others. The institution is there for others. And secondly,
is there echo on that microphone also? Yes, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Right, and I was saying, secondly, you doing for your personal self, you're not doing for your personal self, you're doing it according to the spiritual master and the knowledge you got from the spiritual master and Prabhupada. And when you're heading from this planet. So you go to a higher realm without, in other words, you have no, it's not a condition. It's not a condition. It's how do you call it? Unconditional. It's unconditional to a higher level. So one have to see it that way. Unless one does see that way, then it's,
Way to keep bhakti. Not with some, not matlabi bhakti. Way to keep bhakti without any motivation for personal profit or personal gain. Goal is that when my spiritual master is satisfied, then automatically my success is there. Thank you. Something else? Yes. I think your microphone's not on, or it's not close enough. It never works when you hold it that far away.
Thank you, Maharaj, for your great class. Wonderful instructions on how to be more conscious. My question is how to have that surrender from Guru, total surrender, because surrender to Guru is.
Prabhupada spoke of a surrendering process. It's not that this weekend I'm going to surrender. And that's it. From now on, I'm a surrendered soul. But there's a surrendering process. Every day we surrender. What is that? Anukulyasya sankalpa. What's favorable? I may like it, I may not like it, but I'll accept it. And pratikulyasya varjana. What's unfavorable, I'll reject. Even that may take me some time. Some unfavorable things still I'm holding on to. Some favorable things I don't want to accept. But progress means increasingly. Anukulyasya sankalpa, pratikulyasya vishvashva titi rakshasya titi vishvashva. That increasingly I develop the sense that Krishna will protect me. Bhokritve varanam, Krishna will maintain. Not just that at some point in time I get 100% confidence and I surrender. But increasingly, step by step, making progress. Anything else? Okay. Maybe there'll be some directions, right?
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So thank you very much, Maharaj, for the wonderful class. It is very special for all of us that you are coming and spending time with all of us. Thank you so much again, Maharaj. So we would be breaking for the breakfast now. So those who are taking breakfast, we request quickly go to dining hall and quickly come back by maybe latest by 8:20. So we'll try to start with the kirtan, and then 8:30 we will start with Jayanilo Premanando singing. As I announced in the morning, that is the time when Guru Maharaj that is for it. And then we will have offerings and glorification of Guru Maharaj starting from 9:15. So we will request everybody to be here for the whole session. Hare Krishna. Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Bhakti Charamar Swami ki jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Or Premanande. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
that's not in our thing, or?
You're initiated by question. Why do you have to go with someplace else?
That's exactly, that's where I was at, that's the.
It's like about some stuff is needed.
That's all that the regulation.
I just want to understand, so is my understanding right that I go for instructions to understand what the next levels are, but my surrender and attachment is still to and that will take me, that will give me the directions as well.
Here, Joy. Every day we're hearing someone give a problem like that.
But I'm hearing, and I'm looking, how can I get something for serving myself?
Thank you so much. I'm really grateful for this clarity that you've given, that I've been battling over a month because it was bewildering for some time. And thank you so much.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
I have a question about structure. I have kids.
Just speak louder, please.
I have 3 kids, Maharaj. Mahila Shura, and they are 15, 11, and 9. My son is getting into Krishna consciousness. My girls are very hard. It's very hard for me. I don't know, Maharaj, how can I be a good example?
I'm not much of an advisor about helping kids. There are people who are very experienced in raising children. So I'm not the person. I know the basic principle you follow very nicely and set the example. But if you want more than that, then you have to ask somebody who's experienced in that.
And how can I improve the Maharaj? More like Shastras and
It's not a new secret. Read the books, chant the mantra, associate with the book. Good service. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Bhakti.
Me too. We all want Krishna Bhakti. Hare Krishna. Jaya. Hare Krishna. Let's go. Go, we have to get up.
Take a little smaller picture. It is a little bit forward, yeah. Must be next cycle this. It's so heavy, I couldn't really drop it from here. Otherwise, it would be like, and then this is so big.
So this is okay, keeping the picture on the side.
Yeah, I think so. Picture looking. With this, okay. So, that's picture.
That should be something.
How are you now? There. You remember me? Because you remember Prem Pallavi Mati? I'm in relationship with Prem Pallavi Mati. Who would I be? Karthik? Why? If I was small, small one every day, right? Looks like picture. They keep it a small one all the time, all the time. They put in the bigger one. So what I was thinking is, do we need both? Just one. No. I don't think I really have it. You know, that would mean that you can get both or you can put the one, just quality one, the whole, like you have, maybe it's not showing you, yeah, this part. That is the, you know, my idea is that, no, it doesn't want my idea. How about we put a smaller on the bottom? Or in the side. Side doesn't look very good. Right, maybe in the front. Yeah. Bottom. Because it was, I think, yes, I will see. Yeah, yeah. Yes, last night I will see. Small one, yeah. I saw small one, but bigger one. Bigger one, anyway, let it go back, yeah. Just for. They kept the small one over there. Are you in New York room? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen you so many times. Of course. I'm here starting 5 years in here. That is here. More than half, right? 35 years, so you're probably 60. One more question. That's all about the river.
Yes, sir. Happy Krishna.
Say from here, yeah, from here. Yeah. You just look at this thing? He's asking me. We are moving a small piece of there, a little bit. Have to be very small and bottom.
I don't think so. I think it's not planted.
The way it is fine. Or even like this, whatever it is. Or if you want to move models, which is the side thing.
And that's not.
Oh. Plastic.
How big this?
Yeah,
How big this?
I don't know. I think you want more, think, you had.
Why not?
I'm going to go into the lunch.
Not hungry. I eat too late.
You're in Queens now? It's, you have a Queens, but people shows on a big one, right? Like they have Saturday program or Sunday program. When to take that Mataji from Hemamukhi, Hema, yeah, that Krishna Kumar, who the Kirtaniyas people, do some program. See, I have some idea. But according to the language, every month. And also, go about the house program. That's why we should give every week. This weekend, tomorrow and Saturday. And Sunday morning, three programs. Wow. We are doing it very nicely. And also we have a Sunday program. We are always doing. You got the idea? She said, bring inside.
Okay. I need the photo.
Yes, yes. Oh, okay, on the side by side.
You can check from if that is okay. No? Too much? You can check from back. You can check from back.
Garland is very heavy.
So then we will keep it here.
No, we can try. I want to put it on the side, yes. Like this.
Yeah. And this is empty, right?
Small ones. I can do. Because,
What do you do? The base there?
Any opinions, any suggestions? Or is saying that?
This waste should we keep it up? On the side.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do, but better.
Yeah. If you want, I can put the waste behind all the, like if it is just here.
The base is not showing.
Not showing.
Bring it out now, right?
Is that okay, Prabhu? Or you are not able to see. So we should put this back. And this waste should be removed. Okay, so they put it here only. Like this?
It was something.
Yeah. So Prabhu is saying that he's not able to see from this side.
That's what we also think.
Yeah.
We'll do the same way that it was.
Or you can put it here.
It's what I think Prabhu uses.
Already running. Yeah, this is the.
You can put it there.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. श्री श्री गुरु महाराज की please, my humble request to all of you. I cannot chant, I cannot play the harmonium. Actually, when Guru Maharaj left, and then I started harmonium. And you no need any good tune, but just chant from your heart. And hopefully, Guru Maharaj will listen. And this is a very, heartfelt bhajan is Jayanilo Premodhana Puruna Prachur. যে আনিল প্রেম ধন করুণা প্রচুর যে আনিল প্রেম ধন করুণা প্রচুর যে আনিল প্রেম ধন করুণা প্রচুর হেন প্রভু কোথা গেলা আচার্য ঠাকুর হেন প্রভু কোথা গেলা আচার্য ঠাকুর মরা স্বরূপ রূপ সোনাত মরা স্বরূপ রূপ সোনাথ দাস রঘুনাথ পতিত পাবন দাস পতিত পাবন কাহা মরা বট্ট যুগ কাহা কবিরা কাহা মরা ভট্ট যুগ কাহা কবিরা এককালে কোথা গেলা গৌরানা ডরা এককালে কোথা গেলা গৌরানা ডরা পাষাণে কুটিব মাথা অনলে বসিব পাষাণে কুটিব মাথা অনলে বসিব গৌরাঙ্গ গুণের নিধি কোথা গেলে পাব গৌরাঙ্গ গুণের নিধি কোথা গেলে পাব সেসব সঙ্গীর সঙ্গে যে কইল বিলাপ সেসব সঙ্গীর সঙ্গে যে কইল বিলাপ সে সঙ্গ না পাইয়া কান্দে নর তমদ সে সঙ্গ না পাইয়া কান্দে নর তমদ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Bhaja Mana Radhe, Radhe, Radhe Govinda. Bhaja Mana Radhe, Radhe, Radhe Govinda. Bhaja Bhaja Mana Radhe, Radhe, Radhe Govinda. Bhaja Mana Radha Govinda Radhe. Radha Govinda Radhe, Bhaja Radha. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Vaishnava Thakur, Hare Vaishnava Thakur, Hare Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur. Hare Vaishnava Thakur, Hare Vaishnava Thakur, Hare Vaishnava Thakur, Hare Vaishnava Thakur. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya. Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya Guru. Sri Nitai Gauri Premanande Hari Hari Bol. We have any more time?
Yeah, I think some. Okay, what is Hare Krishna? Yeah. So we'll continue for some more time. Kirtan, anybody wants to share anything while we are waiting, or we want to continue the Kirtan? Anybody during? Maybe we can talk a little bit while we are waiting. Yeah, we can glorify and remember that particular day. Many of us were glued to Ujjain channel that time when this is happening, because we were trying to get the news, will know what is happening, because whole night there are a lot of places, many devotees were doing kirtan whole night. And then I think suddenly then around 8:30 I heard the Jayanilo Premadhanas song, and then we realized that time also it was shocking to us. So I tried to reach out to Panagovinda Prabhu that time, because I heard that Panagovinda Prabhu was with Maharaj. And he picked up the phone, and then he did mention few things to me that time. Yeah, it was devastating news. I think most of us never thought that day will happen, because we were always thinking that things are improving and then Guru Maharaj will come back, because he was a fighter always. He wanted to fight. But that is what I remember that particular day. I would request anybody wants to share anything until we are waiting for other speakers to start. Anyone? You want to? Okay. Okay. Chanting we can. Okay. Yes, Leonanda Prabhu. Yes, if you don't mind, if you can come, or you can sit also, we can pull the chair. Yeah, you want to sit there? Yeah, whatever. Okay.
Hare Krishna. The Bhakti Charu Swami ki jai. I didn't have a whole lot of association with Bhakti Charu Swami, but when I was living in Freeport, Long Island, he came there a few times. And he stayed at the house of Bindu Madhava Prabhu. Very nice soul. And Maharaj always gave me some personal attention. Not know if because I'm a god brother, maybe he probably gave personal attention to everybody. But he was very kind to me. But what I noticed on him, that's my main comment here, he was very soft and sweet. But combined with that, he had a very strong inner drive, which is a tremendous combination for success. Because sometimes people can speak loudly and blah, 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 but they can't get things done, don't have the drive to do it. But he was soft-spoken. The way he acted was soft, but his inner drive was tremendous. And that is shown by the success that he had in assisting Prabhupada in spreading his movement. And he had this tendency, perhaps with others also, but he would like he arrived in Alatra, he saw me, and so I'm so happy to see you here, and would hold your hand. I had this now, and then he would keep walking, hold your hand. You have to go with him. It was so nice. That was really sweet. That way he did. He acted like this. That, and also he was fasting. You know, I became influenced by him that he was fasting on every Ekadashi, and he was doing complete fasting, including water fasting. That's what I heard at Bindu Madhava's house, because I wanted to bring water right before the class and offer to Maharaj. And Bindu Madhava said, no, he doesn't, it's not eating and he's not drinking because it's Ekadashi. So I started doing the same thing, became influenced. And I did for several years. And then I changed to water only. And I've been doing it until today. But I can say that I was influenced by him, all others as well, but by him. And I just want to thank for his service. His devotees they carry that mood. I have met several of them. They're also sweet and nice and friendly, which is so very personable. Is that a word, personable? It is not, like, not impersonalist, correct? Yeah, very much like this, because in this movement, or any movement like this, there's the tendency to become impersonal. And now he had this way of dealing with people that has been carried on to his disciples, and I see the way the disciples deal with us. No, this is the 4th or 5th time I come here, and I noticed that. So just wanted to make this brief comment. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everyone. So I was reflecting on how Maharaj had this amazing ability to hold contradictory qualities at the same time, simultaneously very grave. There were times when he was very grave and serious and intense, you could say, right? Intense in his conviction and sharing Krishna consciousness. And then another time you would see him being playful and joking and laughing and teasing the children. And then another way that I see this able to hold very various qualities is that he was very detail oriented. He would notice and remember people's names. He was very personable, like you said. And at the same time, he had this big vision. So he could simultaneously focus on the details, like noticing whether his god siblings had garlands, for example. He was like very attentive to that detail. And while also having this bigger vision of like this vision for this land or projects that he worked on, these grand visions, and then he would work towards those goals as well. So I'm amazed at that ability, because often in my life, I find I go between them. Okay, I get hyper focused on something and to forget about the bigger vision, or get so caught up in the bigger vision that I forget the details. And somehow he was able to do both. And he remained so personable and loving. I'm very grateful to have had Maharaj's affection and encouragement on my spiritual journey. Over the years, it's never something that can really be reciprocated. I feel the gratitude is going to be there for the rest of my life. And my hope is that I can serve him by practicing his mood of loving kindness towards others and Vaishnava etiquette in that mood. So thank you all, and Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj ki jai.
In the picture in the back, and move a little bit forward. Yeah, and moving so fast, I'm sorry.
Hare Krishna. Anyone else want to come forward? Speak? Come. Okay. We have our opening session tomorrow also. But let's remember.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Punachandra Prabhu, for selflessly taking on this responsibility to take this vision of Guru Maharaj forward. So we all representing, on behalf of everyone, we express our gratitude to you and Prem Prada for this. To speak about Guru Maharaj, I think we always fall short of words. It's always, and actually this morning, Ratnaradhika and myself, we were talking about when he was there, we definitely miss his physical presence because as Prabhu was sharing, he was always personal. And he was very detailed also. He makes sure, like when we go to see him or when we go to visit him, he makes sure like where we are staying, if the arrangements are good, the prasadam is good, like every single detail he looks into. And he also checks back. It's just not like the day you arrive, he talks. Every day he keeps checking. So you see that because he's so personal, you see that. And I think what really stuck to us, I think, Ratnaradhika and Chintaman, because you were born into the movement, for you to connect to Srila Prabhupada is so natural. For us, it seems little, but just like as a parent teaches ABCD to learn, Guru Maharaj made that consciously. He knew that just by talking about Prabhupada, we may not be connected. So he would make us write offerings every retreat and read it out. And actually, you know what? By that, every year, we start to meditate on Prabhupada's qualities and increase our gratitude towards Prabhupada. I think we wouldn't have had that connection, at least myself, I can speak that I wouldn't have felt that connection today if it was not those lessons he taught every year during those retreats. It was so beautiful. He never left anyone, even including the kids had to speak, even if it's a line, even if it's a word of thank you, expression. And he believed in that we express through our words, through our actions, through our thoughts. So he taught us by that practical application. Definitely, he's a leader. And how he was a leader was because he was a perfect follower of his guru. Just being that perfect follower, he made sure that, he brought everyone together. It doesn't matter who they are, what they did in the past, or what they did today. His intention was like we all come together, and be united in serving Srila Prabhupada. That was in core of his heart. So, and while talking to Ratnaradhika, we realized that each of these qualities that Guru Maharaj has in him, we see devotees reflecting, meditating, and empowered by him after he left and exhibiting those qualities in the communities today. So I really am grateful, Guru Maharaj, for what all you've given us and hope that we never let you down and we carry your mission, your mood in our hearts for the rest of the life till we meet you again and serve you in person. Thank you.
Yeah, I would also like to mention, because many times it happens that, I come forward and then everybody thinks, I am doing everything here. No, I am not. I am the least, in sevas also, I am the least contributor here. So this is happening, whatever you see here is happening because, of dedicated service by devotees who are staying here. It is very tough actually in any farm community or any farm-like situation to stay, but they are staying and then serving deities, serving the cows. So I would like to, thank all of them. Varjarani Mataji and Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu. All are, serving. You see that I'm not there serving. I'm here. then Indiresh Prabhu, Jagannath Charan Prabhu, Shashi Shekhar Prabhu, then Pramod Bhai and Jayashri Mataji. All of them are helping and sincerely serving. And that's the reason you are seeing whatever you see, always some improvement or some progress is because the devotees like them are helping us. So we want to thank them. Yes, yes, Prabhu. So whenever, so I want to hand over to you. Whenever.
We still have 7 minutes.
Okay.
Maharaj is going to come at 9:15.
9:15 Maharaj is. He's on his Bir Krishna Maharaj will be speaking. So anybody else you want to talk, Mataji? No? Okay. Anyone else? We will have again session tomorrow, but if today's day you want to remember Guru Maharaj, then yeah. Yeah, okay, please.
Hare Krishna. My humble obeisance to all the assembled Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charusamriti Namini. I have no qualification to be speaking anything here, but I was very, very fortunate to get the association of His Holiness Bhakti Charuswami Maharaj from last couple of years, especially when he opened up this project and started to come to Tampa many, many times. And being close to Tampa and serving there, I was extremely fortunate to get his association, talk to Maharaj, and learn from his wonderful qualities. I remember we didn't have a proper, like he came for Janmashtami festival. And as all of you said, every aspect was so personal. And his care towards especially small children. And the class was over, Maharaj had to leave. But somehow there were small kids and they wanted to receive the gifts. And Maharaj said, I will do, because although he was getting late, but he wanted to give gifts to each child personally so that they feel that special connection. And after the program, I texted back, Maharaj, thank you so much for coming and staying over in spite of your, hectic schedule, and you came and blessed us. And then he texted me back, and I am so grateful that you gave me chance to serve. That was like so touching. Like, is a quality of great souls that they do so much for the world, and especially myself, but they feel that always in the mood of, as His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami Maharaj was also explaining, the more das in das, dasanudas, I could see that in the qualities, in the behavior, in the demeanor of His Holiness Bhakti Charaswami Maharaj. I really miss him, and especially today, I feel that, a kind uncle, a father is missing. And if he would be coming to Tampa, we would be so much more fortunate and blessed. It reminds me, recently I heard a verse by one of the devotees, then in Sundarkand, everything is sweet. What is not sweet in Sundarkand? Hanuman's jump is sweet. Mother Sita is sweet. The search, Lord Ram is sweet and Lakshmana. So what is not Sundar about Sundarkand? Right? So that's what I'm thinking. and reflecting His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. The word Charu means sweet or beautiful. What is not sweet about His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj? His name is sweet. His qualities are sweet. His demeanor is sweet. His personal care towards devotees is sweet. His cooking is so sweet. His care towards children, his god brothers, Prabhupada's movement is so sweet. His ambition to open wonderful projects like these is so sweet. His bhajans are so sweet. His classes are so sweet. We're seeing the Abhishek pictures, so much attention to detail. So everything is sweet about His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. What is not sweet about His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj? I'm very grateful to His Grace Purnachandra Prabhu for giving this opportunity on this auspicious day to remember him, to be here with all of the assembled Vaishnavas. And I seek blessings of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj and all the devotees, as Maharaj was explaining this morning. To not leave the moment is very, very mere and low, kind of like just barely doing, okay, don't leave the Guru. That's very, very minimal. But to take his message, his words, his life as one's life and soul, to lead a life which will make him proud that my child is in the right mood and spirits, and my child, my daughter, my son, I'm proud of my child. That is the biggest offering. And I seek your blessings so that we can all make Guru Maharaj proud by our Vaishnava qualities and behavior. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Very sweet offering. Hare Krishna. So right now we are very fortunate. We'd like to welcome His Holiness Bir Krishna Goswami Maharaj. He's joining us from New Goloka, North Carolina. Maharaj actually is from very early, from the beginning, he distinguished himself by his by his spiritual dedication and his devotion to studying the writings of Srila Prabhupada. And Maharaj, since 1972, he's been traveling all over the United States, distributing Srila Prabhupada's books. And he was very much involved with the publication of Srila Prabhupada's books in English and in Spanish language. And in 1982 is when he actually came to North Carolina. And that's when he actually established the entire New Goloka town there. So that's his foundation there. And he's been serving as a GBC since 1985. And yeah, we are very fortunate. Maharaj is his emphasis is a lot on creating that mood of empathy in ISKCON society. And very, very wonderful Vaishnava. So we are very fortunate. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for joining us from North Carolina. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Aditya Narayan Prabhu. So, Omagana Timirandasya Gananjana Shlakya Chakshur Unmiritam Yena Tasmai Shigarve Namaha Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I offer my obeisance to all the Vaishnavas there, and I'm very happy to speak a few words about separation in general from the spiritual master when the spiritual master leaves this world, and specifically with His Holiness Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj. So I'd like to start off just by reading a few excerpts from Srila Prabhupada's fourth canto, chapter 28 of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada's commentaries, because that's the mood that elaborates on the mood that a disciple should have when the spiritual master leaves the planet. So there's 3 purports that I took summaries from or excerpts from. So figuratively, the queen, of course, this is a metaphorical story here in the Bhagavatam, is supposed to be the disciple of the king. Thus, when the mortal body of the spiritual master expires, his disciples should cry exactly as the queen cries when the king leaves his body. However, the disciple and spiritual master are never separated because the spiritual master always keeps company with the disciple as long as the disciple follows strictly the instructions of the spiritual master. This is called the association of vani, or words. Physical presence is called vapu. As long as the spiritual master is physically present, the disciple should serve the physical body of the spiritual master. And when the spiritual master is no longer physically existing, the disciple should serve the instructions of the spiritual master. Next quote. Similarly, a devoted disciple of the spiritual master would rather die with the spiritual master than fail to execute the spiritual master's mission. As the Supreme Personality of Godhead comes down upon this earth to reestablish the principles of religion, so his representative, the spiritual master, also comes to reestablish religious principles. It is the duty of the disciples to take charge of the mission of the spiritual master and execute it properly. Otherwise, the disciples should decide to die along with the spiritual master. In other words, to execute the will of the spiritual master, the disciples should be prepared to lay down his life and abandon all personal considerations. Final quote. When one becomes serious to follow the mission of the spiritual master, his resolution is tantamount to seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As explained before, this means meeting the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the instruction of the spiritual master. This is technically called Vani Seva. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur states in his Bhagavad Gita commentary on the verse beginning, Vyavasayatmika Buddhiya, Ekeha Kuranandana, Bhagavad Gita 241, that one should serve the words of the spiritual master. The disciple must stick to whatever the spiritual master orders. Simply by following on that line, one sees the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So, of course, this is the secret in spiritual life. And so I've been very fortunate, or was fortunate, to have association with His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Chura Maharaj, in many different ways, on the GBC, and also here in North Carolina, where he spent several years. And I got a chance to interact and have a wonderful, friendly relationship with him. In fact, as I've described elsewhere, he became my dearmost friend, and even to the extent that in my will, I posted him as my executor. You know, I trusted him 100% because of his dedication to Srila Prabhupada and his love for the devotees. And I observed this love in his dedication many different ways. One of his dedication to producing this biography, the Abhay Charan series of Srila Prabhupada. And I came to the conclusion, because he put his heart and soul, money, disciples, everything into that biography. And I came to the conclusion that he is an eternal associate of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. In other words, Srila Prabhupada, when he goes somewhere, he arranges for his eternal associates like Bhakti Chura Maharaj to join him in his mission and assist him in his mission. And so in the same way, I came to the conclusion that Srila Prabhupada, when he left this world, he didn't leave not Srila Prabhupada, but Srila Bhakti Tirobhava Maharaj, when he left this world, he didn't leave this world because of COVID. You know, these are external reasons, the COVID, but it's not actually the cause of him leaving the world. He left this world because Srila Prabhupada wanted him to assist him elsewhere. That is my firm conclusion. So another thing I noticed with in his interactions or my interactions with him, that he was always stressing cooperation with the devotees, and particularly with the ISKCON authorities, the GBC. In fact, even at the end, he asked the GBC to decide on the course of his medical action. He was a perfect gentleman. I never saw him with any animosity towards anyone else. He stressed very much Vaishnava etiquette, always observing the different items of etiquette. And I studied his course, and actually I gave his course after studying his course because I was so inspired with it. So many nice times I had with him, taking prasadam, interacting with him. And these are my observations. Now, I wanted to talk about his mission. And in a general way, rather than a specific way, and I noted down some items that I considered to be very important in his mission. One is he was dedicated to establishing and maintaining Srila Prabhupada's Vani, that is, Srila Prabhupada's books, Srila Prabhupada's teachings, in other ways, Srila Prabhupada's example, Srila Prabhupada's biography, as the central point in ISKCON. Even he dedicated his Vyasa Puja ceremonies to the glorification of Prabhupada. I mean, I think that is very unique in the annals of ISKCON history. So, and also another aspect of his mission, so these are general points about his mission. He established in ISKCON, or wanted to establish, Vaishnava etiquette. And as I mentioned before, he gave courses on Vaishnava etiquette. And I've tried to apply these different items of etiquette and act with Vaishnavas appropriately accordingly. And in instituting that, he wanted to bring the deepest level of loving relationships between devotees. You know, exemplifying the verse from Srila Rupa Goswami, Dadati Pratigaranti, Guyam Akyati Prichati, Bhukte Vojyate Chaiva, the symptoms of loving exchanges. He wanted to inculcate this in the devotees and in his own behavior. I mean, every time I saw him, he expressed so many loving sentiments towards me and towards everyone. And I was just embarrassed because of my own lack of those loving sentiments. And then another item that's part of his mission was he wanted to propagate Krishna consciousness, but not in a stereotypical way. And of course, this is following in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada, who was expert in adjusting and adapting Krishna consciousness to the Western world. Srila Bhakti Tirobhava Maharaj wanted to establish Krishna consciousness according to different cultures. And we see this in his final trip to the West. His concept, working with some other disciples, of course, was to somehow or other present Krishna consciousness, make more devotees, because he was lamenting that in the Western world, we weren't making too many new devotees. And he was seeing the number of devotees in the temple, or the manpower or people power in the temple diminishing. And I had some discussions with him about this. So this was his primary intention, according to my understanding, of coming back to the Western world. So much so that he was ready to risk his life in doing so. And then finally, I feel that he was completely dedicated to making sure the devotees were happy in serving Krishna and absorbed in their sadhana. So these are the essential items that I observed in the mission of Srila Bhakti Churu Maharaj. And I hope that we can all imbibe these essential items. And if we do that, and we connect with these essential items, then our connection with him, whether we're disciples or God brothers like myself, our connection with him will be fixed and firm. So please try to remember these different items that I mentioned in the general manifestation of this mission and imbibe them in your own lives. So thank you very much. I can't hear you, Aditya Narayana Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. That was a very powerful offering and also memories of Bhakti Charu Maharaj. And, the instructions, the quotes you actually gave about crying and also like the point about how we should like dedicate our life to the mission of the Guru and make that as our one's entire life. And towards the end, how you brought out the points, how we can keep in mind the mission of His Honorable Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj to actually spread Krishna consciousness all around the world and to develop that mood of loving action is so nicely said, Maharaj. We are very grateful to you for your time. And thank you so much for joining us in spite of your busy schedule. Thank you so much. His Honorable B. Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki Hare Krishna.
Jai Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj ki jai, Tirobhava ki jai. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Anyway.
Hare Krishna. Next, we would like to invite His Grace Guru Gauranga Prabhu, disciple of Srila Prabhupada, very close to Guru Maharaj. Prabhuji, are you here? You can hear us?
Yes, I can. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Thank you so much for joining. It's a great fortune to have you here to be a part of the Tirobhava celebration. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Please go ahead, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Manchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So it is an honor to be able to attend such an auspicious event among the devotees and in particular among the disciples of Bhakti Churu Swami, His Holiness Bhakti Churu Swami. I never felt quite as much emotion since the passing of Srila Prabhupada as when Bhakti Churu Swami passed. He was a remarkable devotee and friend. He had this magical quality that when he spent time with you, not just me, of course, but it was, he might not have had much time given all the seva he was performing, but even if it was only 5 or 10 minutes, 15 minutes, it was always, he was empathetic. He was absorbed in understanding and exchanging friendship and support and understanding. He was a great speaker because he was a great listener. And he was always so encouraging to all the devotees. Of course, all devotees are revered and respected, but he was really loved by so many, not just his disciples or not even just his godbrothers or godsisters. He was just a thoroughly lovable, kind devotee.
The first time we met, it was in the early 80s. I'm going to just briefly cover three of numerous encounters. In the early 80s, I was the regional secretary in Switzerland. And he came to visit the Zurich temple and the farm we had in the Italian part of Switzerland, on the south side of the Alps, where palm trees grow in Switzerland. And that was, I believe, the first time I ever met him. And, there was a lot of, there were certain tensions at the time. It was the heyday of zonal gurus and all kinds of things. And he was like a breath of fresh air, really. It was like a friend who came and made one forget about all the troubles one had. And he spoke so nicely. He had a very special relationship with Prabhupada. Prabhupada, I think in many ways, singled him out for special treatment because he had great expectations of His Holiness Bhakti Churu Swami. He's a young, idealistic, highly intelligent, very well educated. He was studying in Germany. And Prabhupada saw, I think, in him someone who could be a real representative of what the best in what Prabhupada wanted in all of us. And I don't think he disappointed Prabhupada. In fact, I'm sure he didn't. So that was one time. And he took interest in the yatra. It was a small yatra, but it's like I often said about Prabhupada, nothing was too small, no one was too small for Prabhupada not to notice or not to appreciate. And he imbibed that kind of quality as well. Another episode took place quite some years later. Of course, he traveled a lot and, you never knew where he would turn up if you didn't know his schedule. I remember once I told him when I met him in New York, where he was very supportive of the attempt to stop the sale of the temple. And he engaged in many heroic activities there. I told him, I said, you remind me of Narada Muni because you have this quality of showing up in the right place at the right time. No one, at least I didn't know, you would be here, but, somehow where Prabhupada's movement needed you, you showed up. But I'll get to that in a minute. The second episode was when I was living in Miami. I moved to Miami because my elderly mother was in her 90s and there was really no one else to take care of her. I moved back to the States from Brazil and settled in Miami and spent about the last 8 years of my life looking after my mother. And so once there was a hurricane coming, supposed to hit Miami, Fort Lauderdale very badly. So he suggested, why don't you come up and see me? I'm here in the Orlando area, staying in the home of a disciple. So that sounded like a pretty good idea. My wife and I got my mom into a home for the elderly just for the time of, taking shelter from the hurricane, where they had full medical facilities. And then we drove to Orlando. So the hurricane missed Orlando, excuse me, the hurricane missed Miami and Fort Lauderdale completely. It went across Florida, took a northerly turn, moved up the coast to the level of Orlando, and then headed to Orlando. So there was no escaping. So we were in the house of Bhakti True Swami's disciple, one of his disciples. And that was the first time my wife met him. Now, my wife is a devotee who says she's not a devotee. Um, so she doesn't really practice Krishna consciousness, but she loves prasadam. She tolerates my full engagement in ISKCON activities. And more than that, she always welcomes devotees to the home and is very attentive to their needs. So Bhakti True Swami came over. My wife was in the kitchen trying to be helpful in this disciple's house. And he just walked up to her and said, "Hi, my name is Bhakti True Swami. I'm a friend of your husband's, and I've heard about you, and I just wanted the pleasure of meeting you." And then he just talked to her like no preaching, really. Of course, it's the preaching that's not preaching, just making friends. And I was looking over all the time. What are they talking about? They were talking like they were, they'd known each other, they knew each other. There were smiles and head noddings and some laughter, And then later on, my wife said to me, he's a really amazing devotee because he understood he needed to get to know me as a person. And he didn't try to convert me to anything. He didn't preach to me. He just took interest in me. And so he became her favorite just because of that. So he had that soft touch, but he was not soft. He was not at all a soft person. He just had the soft heart with the soft touch because, when he needed to be a lion, he could do that too, which brings me to the third episode, which was when we organized or I organized with the help of the devotees, a town hall meeting. I called it the GBC Town Hall, GBC Informational Town Hall Meeting, to explain to the devotees in New York, above all, what's going on, because they knew that the temple had been sold. It was under contract. There was a lot of turmoil. The community was divided into two camps, pro-sale, anti-sale. And Bhakti Dhruv Swami was there in his capacity. He was either the first vice chairman or already the chairman, or he was going to be the chairman. I think he was already the chairman. Shesha Prabhu was there, and Pragosh flew in from Ireland. The whole executive committee was there. And this was in an amphitheater of the Brooklyn Public Library. So there was seating for about 250 people. It was full. Ramapat Swami was there too. A lot of devotees came for that. And he spoke like a lion about as long as he is the chairman, he will move heaven and earth to support every effort to stop the sale of the temple. And I think in my whole career of service to senior devotees, the most powerful, the most emotionally satisfying time I ever had was advising and using my legal skills at the time. I'd already become an attorney to advise this group led by Bhakti True Swami of Bhakti True Swami Shesha and Pragosh Prabhu. And thanks to him and the others, the sale of the temple was stopped. Many had a role to play. Some of the service was legal. Some of it was mostly supporting devotees who were in anxiety and didn't know what to do and what was happening. And he was there for everybody. We had one day, it was called GBC Listening Day. That was something. Every devotee could sign up for 20 minutes with either Bhakti Churu Swami, Shesha Prabhu, or Pragosh. And just tell them what was on their mind. And that went from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and then it went overtime. That was all day, nonstop. He once then there was some training about what to say so that we didn't make any legal miscues. So, I insisted you can't speak improvisationally. You have to really know what it is you're saying, hit all the main points, and I suggest that you repeat it, if necessary, in the mirror. And he said to me, "You're quite the taskmaster, Guru Garanga." I remember he used that word because I really didn't know what to say. I didn't, that was not my role. But so I said to him, I remember, "Well, Maharaj, you've taught me that when there's a task, we must master it. So that's what each of us is trying to do in his own way." And then famous story of him going to the temple later on, not at that time, but at another visit, and he entered the temple where he was not welcome at the time by the temple management, and he wanted to speak. They didn't want him to speak. They cut off his microphone so he couldn't speak. Then at one point they turned out the lights. They were trying to do it, but he wouldn't stop. And finally, when there was nothing more to do, he just started kirtan all by himself. Management at that time, they called the police. They said he was trespassing in Krishna's temple. And he just kept the kirtan going. And when the police came, he left. He left, and yeah, it was just remarkable, the type of equanimity and composure he could have. Although, he could get excitable when there was something worth getting excited about, but he really just had the right touch with everybody. That's what I remember most about him. He always had the right touch. So thank you for letting me speak a few minutes and travel back to that pleasant association. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Thank you so much for such a wonderful, heart-touching words on glories of Bhakti Swami Maharaj. The point you mentioned that every 15 minutes interaction with him is just like you get free from all your problems. It's just so special. And how you mentioned that for Maharaj, nothing is too small or no one is too small. Like with everyone, he used to just give us 100%. And the interaction with your wife, like he was just like that. He could just go to anyone and just like act as if he's the best friend. And he genuinely from his heart was a soft-hearted person. So, and finally, that New York episode, I think last time also you mentioned about that New York victory. And so thank you so much, Prabhuji, for coming here live. We're very fortunate to hear from you. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. His Grace Guru Garanga Prabhu ki.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Krishna. Thank you for
Hare
joining.
Bol.
Next, we would like to invite His Grace Kalakanta Prabhu. Prabhuji,
I see you here.
Hare Krishna.
Yes, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Let me just put you on the screen. Just welcome so much, Prabhu. Thank you so much for joining us. We're very fortunate to have your association here on this Tirobhava Utsav. And thank you so much, Prabhuji. Please go ahead. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. I was very grateful to be here with you all on this very grave day, very significant day. Bhakti True Maharaj was so amazing to me because among Srila Prabhupada's disciples, he was the first and really only one that Prabhupada recognized so quickly for his spiritual acumen and inherent quality. And so he gave him these two intimate roles as personal servant and as a sannyasi very quickly after they met, as you know. So that was 44 years of faithful service that Maharaj rendered to Srila Prabhupada with just a flawless legacy, no interruption in his service to Srila Prabhupada. And that will remain an inspiration for all of us forever. So when Srila Prabhupada passed away in 1977, there was a lot of confusion, a lot of chaos. And then in 1979, I was serving in Los Angeles, and Bhakti True Maharaj came to visit the US for the first time. As I recall, he may have been the first sannyasi of Indian origin to visit in the US. And it was quite an unusual phenomenon. Of course, it happened now, since then, hundreds or thousands of times. But at that time, it was very unknown to have this Indian sannyasi was coming. So I picked him up at the airport and then arranged some programs for him in Los Angeles and other temples. One of the temple presidents asked me, does he speak English? So I was happy to assure him he not only spoke English, but was extremely articulate and fluent and very charming in his demeanor. So I was very fortunate in those days to show Maharaj around the United States a bit, to help him get acclimated. And he eventually touched so many hearts in America from coast to coast, and the same in Europe and India and everywhere he went. So we always remember him as this fearless and yet blissful preacher. And he saw the whole world as his family. So in the Ocean of Mercy, his biography, or autobiography, he recounts his relationship with Srila Prabhupada. This incident of the orange juice forever is emblazoned in my mind, how Srila Prabhupada dealt with him, how he dealt with Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada asked him to bring the orange juice. It took some time. Prabhupada finally got it. He said, I don't want it now, it's too late. And Bhakti True Maharaj was so devastated. He just stood there. And so Prabhupada accepted the juice, and then later said, I'm an old man, I get grouchy sometimes. To which Bhakti True Maharaj said, please don't say that. That made him even more upset. He said, please don't say that. Without you correcting me, how will I learn? So these instances just reflect his wonderful devotion to Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada's amazing appreciation of him right from the very beginning. So he recorded all of these bhajans, which are just the most calming and uplifting music that one can hear. He has this unpretentious and pure voice when singing these bhajans, and that just emanated the sense of selfless devotion. The last time I heard Bhakti True Maharaj chanting was in Tirupati in 2019, I believe. 2019. He was singing the Damodarastakam. And we're very familiar with that melody that we usually use for this bhajan, Namam Ishwaram Satchid Ananta Rupam. He sang it in this very light and joyful melody, which on reflection, I realized is much more reflective of the mood of the bhajan. He's saying, Namamishwaram Sachirananta Rupam Vasad Kundalam Gokule Vrajamanam. Hearing that, I walked into the temple and heard that, it just entered in my heart so deeply, the way he was experiencing, it seemed, the whole pastime right before his eyes and expressing it in that very joyful way. So that was the last time I had a chance to spend much time with Maharaj there in Tirupati. He kindly invited me for lunch, and I was fascinated to watch how his disciples cooked for him with very simple but yet beautifully prepared, mostly Bengali dishes, and how he supervised the serving and made everybody feel very comfortable. So this was another one of the facets of his personality, in addition to his devotion to Prabhupada, his speaking ability. It was how he was a master of all the Vaishnava arts of music and cooking. So he took this role as a GBC member and administrator, which was quite contrary to his nature, I believe. And this is something about the GBC that strikes me very often, that we don't tend to realize how much of a difficult service it is and how selfless you have to be to take it up. But it's very evident in Maharaj's case, isn't it? Here's a person who is a speaker, a philosopher, an artist, and yet he stepped into that responsible role out of his pure devotion to Srila Prabhupada and his mission. I sometimes, just the other day, was speaking with a devotee who was saying, I just want to teach Krishna consciousness. I don't want to deal with the management. And I pointed out to this devotee that it was very fortunate for us all that Srila Prabhupada did not have that attitude. Because you have to manage in order to have the opportunity to teach. In order to set up the institution, in order to set up the infrastructure, in order to create an audience, you have to have management. And what we really have in our nonprofit ISKCON society is not management, but leadership. Management means you put the task above the person. Just get the task done. But leadership means you put the person above the task. And the individual needs to feel inspired and then express his devotion and care for the organization's mission out of their service. So to inspire that in others, that's leadership. This is really the role of the GBC. It's called the ultimate managerial authority, but it is in its truest form, its most successful form, it's a leadership and inspirational entity. So Bhakti True Maharaj really exemplified that. Because he wasn't a pounds, shillings, and pence or rupees and paisa manager, as much as he was an inspirational leader. When he took the chair, as Guru Gauranga Prabhu was saying, and dealt with the manifold problems, one of the last conversations I had with Maharaj was about this subject, and he was saying, I always get the dirty work for the GBC. And this was because he's such a gracious, balanced, and personable presence. There was no better representative in a difficult situation. And he took all of this under his auspices of his service for Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada visited Gainesville, where I live, one time in 1971, one and only visit. And at that time, he said to a reporter that had asked him, how do I tell your true follower? Prabhupada said, my true follower is a perfect gentleman. So no one exemplified this quality more than Bhakti True Maharaj. Whomever he was speaking with, whomever he was with, felt like the most important person in the world. So regardless of whatever problem they had or question they would bring, he would listen carefully, and then he would reply with wisdom and compassion and tact. Sometimes in the GBC meetings, it would get very heated, but Bhakti True Maharaj's voice was always measured and thoughtful, calm and loving. He did not offend people. And if he ever thought he did offend somebody, he would go to them and beg their forgiveness. So this is the example of the perfect gentleman. And when we lose great devotees like this, I always have this feeling, why has Krishna taken this particular person whom we need so much? So I'd like to end by reading a poem that I wrote for these occasions, which kind of expresses the way that it makes me feel. This is called A Touch of Separation. Oh Krishna, why do you take back the best devotees first and leave such fools as me behind? Our happy bubbles burst. Did Rama need a warrior to help him vanquish Ravan? Or did you want another gopi dancing in Vrindavan? My life was looking very nice before this dreadful day. Could that be why you seem to choose the best to take away? Can I enjoy a paradise in what is just a place where birth and death so rudely reign behind a painted face? Oh, Krishna, I don't know you well, but this beloved friend was someone I could talk to and on whom I could depend. Oh, Krishna, since you took my friend, would you please take me too? Or have you left me here this way to learn to count on you? So on days like this, when we're feeling so much grief of separation, we can just reflect how great souls like Bhakti Churu Maharaj, in a sense, have finished their sentence in this material world. Either their purpose is fulfilled, let us put it that way. And Krishna has some other service for him. So in his memory, in feeling these feelings of separation, we can also gain this conception or understanding of this world as a temporary place where we are only meant to establish ourselves as devotees and thus be on the path to go back to Godhead, following in the footsteps of great souls like Bhakti Churu Maharaj. Bhakti Churu Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, thank you so much for such a wonderful offering, and the points you mentioned about the flawless service without interruption. I really like how you said that. That's Maharaj's example. And then the orange juice story, that's something that we all read, and it's like that interaction that Prabhupada had with Bhakti Churu Maharaj was like so close. And the point I want to mention was the inspirational leadership and management. I think that was a very, very powerful point, and we saw that in the mood of Maharaj. So thank you for bringing that point, and this is a very practical point for us, that it's not a question of management, it's more a question of inspirational leadership. So thank you. And the last poem that really brought out the mood that we are all feeling today, the mood of separation, that Krishna, why do you take the best person away? It's like, so thank you so much. We really appreciate your presence here. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're very grateful to have your presence and association here. Thank you, Prabhuji.
Thank
His
you.
Grace Kalakanta Prabhu ki jai. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So now we'd like to invite please. Brahmatirtha Prabhu. Oh, yes, Prabhuji. Yeah, Prabhuji is right here. Welcome, Prabhuji. Thank you so much for joining.
Hare Krishna. My obeisance to you all. I wish I could be there in person, but I'm in New Jersey, so I can't be there. I'll speak briefly, but it's very important who Bhakti Churu Swami was. In 2017, I was happily spending time in Vrindavan, spending all day with Burijan, and very happy. And I get a phone call, and I was lamenting the early days in Vrindavan when you could never get a phone call. It was so much better in that sense. But I got the phone call. I have to go to Ujjain. For 20 years, I was ISKCON Resolve, and there's a major controversy and we need you to help out in Ujjain. So, of course, I did my duty. And it could have been a schism, and it turned out to end up in a love fest when it was over. And the main reason was the hosting of Bhakti Charu Swami, because he would have the opposing sides come to his apartment at night for a banquet. And when he served a banquet, he meant it. And by creating that ambiance, it set the stage for resolving conflicts. In some years prior to that, Bhakti Charu Swami himself was involved in some conflict, and the GBC asked me as ISKCON ombudsman to get involved. So then I started working, because I knew Bhakti Charu Swami for a long, long time. Met him in, I guess, 77. But I didn't work with him intimately until then. And it was an unfortunate circumstances, and a disciple of his had cheated people out of money. And so how did Bhakti Charu Swami respond to such a difficult circumstances? Well, it worked out quite well in the end. He took a compassionate role to everyone. People who were ripped off, he tried to make them whole. The people who ripped off, he was concerned, he didn't want their spiritual life to be entirely ruined. Now, who acts like that without malice in their heart? The only people that can act without malice in their heart are people who are absolute gentlemen. And the question arose, Kalakanta asked, and I love the way Kalakanta spoke, and some of what he said is my feeling, so I'm not going to repeat them all. But why does Krishna take sometimes the best away? We lose so many, beginning with the first one to impact me was a very good friend of Bhakti Charu Swami's, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, and then it goes on, Sridhar Swami, so many others. Bhakti Siddhanta Swami used to say, the material world is not a fit place for a gentleman. And sometimes our gentlemen are needed by Prabhupada elsewhere. That's the only rational explanation I can come up with. Otherwise, the grief is just too overwhelming. But understanding that Prabhupada needed his best in his continuing mission, what that looks like, I can't say. We just know it's going on. And so the material world is not a fit place for a gentleman. And Bhakti Charu Swami was that gentleman. Now, of course, he was willing to stay here as long as necessary. And then when Krishna said time to go, he had to leave. But a gentleman he was. I'll give two examples. One, I mentioned in Ujjain, how he made opposing parties on a very deep, long-standing, controversial issue sit down, have dinner together, and become friends. I mean, it was remarkable. And he did it by his personalism. Rambaru coined this term, which I adore, radical personalism, should be the motto of ISKCON. And Bhakti Charu Swami, to me, the epitome of who he was radical personalism. He really took care of people on a very deep, deep connecting way. An example was the last time I was with him in Ujjain. So I'm sitting near him in Ujjain. It's dinner time, and they're serving out prasadam. And I say quietly to the server, I can't take much carbs because I have blood sugar issues. I just said it very quietly, because I don't want to insult the host when I don't eat much, but I can eat this, but not that. Bhakti Charu Swami somehow overheard me. Immediately, he says to me, so I want you to speak to my associate here who's a doctor. They have great ways of dealing with blood sugar issues. There's so much you can do to improve it. And he made for the next 10 minutes my health his big concern, though the whole program was for him, yet he was there just serving me. That was very typical of him. Now, this created a problem for Bhakti True Swami. Here's the problem. By the time he joined the movement, there was a bubble. And by a bubble, I mean Prabhupada had many, many thousands of disciples, and he was surrounded by a bubble. Because he couldn't deal with everybody individually as he could in the early days in the 60s. It wasn't possible. So he had to go a bubble. It's just like if you approach the Prime Minister of India or the President of America, you can't approach them. They're surrounded by an entourage. It's just necessary. So I had the good fortune of being the only guest at the first Mayapur festival. So I got to deal intimately with Prabhupada. But by then, people couldn't do that. And by the time Bhakti Charu Swami joined, it was even much worse. The movement had doubled in size again. And Prabhupada was certainly not only in a bubble, but ill health. Yet, when Prabhupada met Bhakti Charu Swami, who had studied overseas and was kind of you might say was not a Vaishnav in terms of his life vocation. Prabhupada immediately understood that he was not only a Vaishnav, a very advanced senior Vaishnav. And when Prabhupada gave him first initiation, second initiation, shortly after that third, others objected. How could you do this? How could you do this? And of course, I said, how could you do this? Of course, Prabhupada knew right away the heart of Bhakti True Swami, realized that he was a Vaishnav with a long history before this life and had come here to meet his eternal guru and continue the movement, and gave him all blessings. In Prabhupada's final pastime, I was there in 77 doing the Life Comes from Life conference for the Bhaktivedanta Institute. There was some devotees who were particularly intimate with Prabhupada. Weren't many, a handful. Aviram Prabhu took care of personal things, and Tamal Krishna Goswami administrative things, and Bhakti Charu Swami had that personal relationship in which Prabhupada, this may sound strange to say it, but Prabhupada could reveal his mind to Bhakti Charu Swami in ways he couldn't with others. In other words, Bhakti Charu Swami understood Prabhupada deeply, and Prabhupada reciprocated with him accordingly. And in all of this, Bhakti True Swami, there was a gentleman, as I like repeating, because he never got proud or pompous, treated everyone with respect and dignity, yet he was one of the most intimate people with Prabhupada. In other words, his ego was not the issue. His service was the issue. And this made it hard for him at times in ISKCON, because we tended, especially more those days, and now we're also young and kind of all, our motto of the hippie movement was don't trust anyone over 30. There was hardly anyone over 30 in the entire movement. And we weren't particularly ladies and gentlemen in dealing with each other. Many coming from a hippie background. You have Bhakti True Swami, an absolute cultured gentleman. When I first met him, I saw he doesn't quite fit in with us. He's different. Why? Well, because he's a real gentleman, obviously, but he didn't quite fit in. Yet he never held that against us, never considered himself better than us, just saw him as one of the many servants of Prabhupada. So a remarkable person. I'm just, sometimes when one of our God brothers leaves, we may sing a Nilo Premadana, which is the mood. We beat our head against the wall. We lament. We must do it. It's our natural grieving. Yet, in his case, it's even deeper because I have to lament for what our movement has lost. Our movement has lost a senior elder. Our movement has lost the most gentlemanly of all the Vaishnavas I knew after Prabhupada, the greatest gentleman. So it is a loss. And that loss, the only way that we can mitigate in our heart that deep pain is by getting together like this, sharing our realizations, sharing our stories. And this is for us the grieving process, but more. And the more that it gives us a chance to be inspired by Bhakti Swami and emulate the way he acted and behaved with devotees. And to conclude, Kalakanta reiterated, I won't, the orange juice story. But I want to say that's one of my favorite stories. And Jagadish Prabhu told me almost the identical story of him with Prabhupada. The old men get grouchy story. And it says so much how Bhakti Swami, who didn't do anything wrong, took it so deep inside, I want to serve my guru. And Prabhupada took it so personal. Oh, don't worry about these things. That loving exchange is the epitome that makes ISKCON work. And I hope by us sharing today, it helps all of us increase our loving exchanges with each other in honor and memory of Bhakti Swami. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Brahmatirtha Prabhu. That's such a wonderful offering. And the point that you mentioned, that the loving exchange, the one point that, for us as disciples is to see like how His Honour Bhakti Charan Swami Maharaj interacted with all of you, with his god brothers. And every time he would see, any one of you, he would always have so much love, and it's just like an overflowing of love. And that interaction was for us always so sweet to see that love. And thank you so much to bring out the point of radical personalism. I think that was, very, very prominent in Maharaj, that anyone he saw, he was right there. And, we see that many times, like he's traveling from one yatra to another, and he comes back after a few years, and yet he knows the person who he just talked like for 2 minutes, 3 years back, and he still remembers the name, and it was really personal with everyone. He took care of everyone. And the point that you started off with is how Maharaj conquered everyone's heart with his mood of serving prasadam. So thank you so much, Prabhuji. We really appreciate you taking time and joining us on this Tirobhava celebration. Thank you so much. His Grace Brahmatirtha Prabhu ki jai. Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Hare Bol. Thank you. So we are waiting on Zanil Bhakti Prabha Swami Maharaj. Are you here on the call, Maharaj? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Please join me. Hare Krishna. Bhakti Prabha Maharaj. What is it? Bhakti Prabha is not recorded. Oh, yeah. So maybe we can do something else. I'm sorry, I couldn't update you.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Because his train got delayed, he's in train. Okay. So, this is his record.
Would it upset anything if I were to go now?
Oh, yeah. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Yes, please. You're right here, so please go ahead. Let's warmly welcome His Grace Achyutananda Prabhu. Thank you so much for joining us on this very auspicious day. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji. Please go ahead. Hare
I
Krishna.
came on an hour ago and I'm listening to especially Kalakanta's verse. He's a very good poet. It's heart-wrenching. Sadhu Sange, Sarva Shastra Koi, Labamatra Sadhu Sange, Sarva Siddhi Hoy. To spend even time is so accurate in Vedic culture that there's an 11th of a second association with the Vaishnava. The Mahabhagavat Vaishnava like Charu Maharaj will give all perfection. And whenever Charu Maharaj came to Alachua, he would encourage me by telling everybody that, well, when I was first coming to ISKCON, Achyutananda was my hero. And I would say, what do you mean used to be your hero? I'm still your hero. So we could go back and forth like so. So I'm not a poet like Kalakanta, but Vallabhacharya is. And now I've switched to reading something. Am I still on the camera?
Yes, Prabhuji.
I'm just navigating Zoomology here. But what we remember is his sweetness. And so Vallabhacharya has written the Madhurasakam, and I want to sing some of that. And I also sang Damodarata. Namami Sharang Satchidananda Rupang Lasat Kundalongo Kule Brajamanam. I sing it. That's a melody that I always, this is a joyful thing. But Vallabhacharya says, Adharam Madhuram, Vadanam Madhuram, Nayanam Madhuram, Hasitam Madhuram, Hridayam Madhuram, Gamanam Madhuram, Vachanam Madhuram, Charitam Madhuram, Vasanam Madhuram. His lips are sweet, his face is sweet, his eyes are sweet, his smile is sweet, his heart is sweet, his gait, his walk is sweet. His words are sweet, his character and deeds are sweet. Vasanam Madhuram, Valitam Madhuram, Chalitam Madhuram, Ramitam Madhuram. His words are sweet, his character and deeds are sweet, his dress is sweet, his posture is sweet, his movements are sweet, his wandering is sweet. Ramitam. Now he didn't play the flute, but that's the next one. Venu Madhuro. His flute playing is sweet, but his singing was like the sound of Krishna's flute. Renu Madhuram. Renu means the dust, his foot dust is sweet. Pani Madhura, Pado Madhuro. 2 feet. Its feet are sweet. Pado. Nrityam Madhuram. His dancing is sweet. Sakyam Madhuram. Gita Madhuram. His song and singing is sweet. Pitam Madhuram. Okay, his drinking is sweet. Orange juice. I'm sure he got the prasadam from the orange juice. Someone said about Prabhupada's little details in before the construction of the Radha, the Krishna Balaram temple in Ramanreti. I had an idea that what if we put all our energy and money and gush into acquiring Radha Damodar temple. And I said this to Srila Prabhupada, and then have something small in Ramanreti. Prabhupada put his head back and said, I cannot think anything small. That is my disease. Even when I was working for Dr. Bosch Laboratories, my plans were bigger than his. He could not keep up with me. Bhuktam, Bhuktam Madhuram Suktam Madhuram Rupam Madhuram Tilakam Madhuram is Tilak. Karanam is activities. That's one of the first verses that made me understand Krishna. Janma karma chime divya mevam yoveti tat tyaktva deham punar janmanaitim. That Krishna's birth and activities are transcendental, and one who knows that they are transcendental, he never has to take birth again. And the next madhur is taranam madhuram. His liberation is sweet, his saving, his conquest, sweet. Haranam madhuram. His stealing is sweet. Bhakti Chara never stole anything. Ramanam madhuram vamitam madhuram samitam madhuram gunja madhuram. His necklace. Mala madhuram. Many times, I'm sure someone can remember how many times Chara Maharaj received a garland. Chalitam madhuram kamalam madhuram. Lila madhuram yuktam madhuram muktam madhuram drishtam madhuram shishtam madhuram. You can fill in the rest. Everyone should learn Sanskrit. I mean, can there be a Catholic priest that doesn't know Latin? Can there be a Jewish rabbi that doesn't speak Hebrew? Of course, an Anglican priest is a Catholic who flunked Latin, but Gopa Madhuram, Gabo Madhuram, his cow, Yastira Madhuram, his cane. Did Chara Maharaj ever carry a cane? He didn't need one. Did he ever walk with a cane? Well, Krishna has a walking stick. Srishtam Madhuram, creation is sweet. Dalitam Madhuram, even what he breaks and destroys is sweet. Palitam Madhuram, what is left over, the fruition of his career is also sweet. So what is left over of his activities and his gift to ISKCON, even though he is not here giving anymore, what he has left to us is also sweet. Did you find the next speaker yet? He's hiding. Who is supposed to go now?
You can go ahead, Prabhuji, for a few minutes.
Okay. Anyone have any question that will prompt my memory, because it's a long time. And can we get a copy of Kalikanta's poem anywhere and send it to? Oh, that was terrific. If anyone has any, otherwise, we'll go to the next speaker then.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji, for joining us.
Haribo.
Well, it was a very sweet offering, Adharam Madhuram. The way you related that song to Maharaj. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. It was very, very nice. And we are very grateful and fortunate to have your association on this Tirobhava. Thank you so much. His Grace Acharanda Prabhu.
Inviting me, I didn't know it was happening until days ago.
And Acharanda Prabhu, Kalakanta Prabhu just posted his poem on the chat here. So if you just want to see the chat box, the poem is right here.
Yeah, whatever I say, he does, you see. And whatever, that's a thing that it is said, whatever Krishna does, Radha likes. And whatever Radha likes, Krishna does.
Hare Krishna. So I think our next speaker is 10:45. Panchapura Prabhu. So I was thinking like we can just do a bhajan. Okay? Like to sing?
Just wanted to clarify that His Holiness Bhakti Prabha Maharaj called earlier. He's traveling, so his train got delayed. So he recorded and he said play that. But unfortunately, the recording is not that great where we can play. So we are not able to do that, and we will do the bhajan now. Hare Krishna. Doing a bhajan for son. So we can sing a bhajan on a Vaishnava. That means we-
Hoy Vaishnava Thakura Doya Sakara Veda Sena Doya Sakara Veda Sena Hoy Vaishnava Doya Sakara Veda Sena Sholai Tomara Chai Jaya Vekaya Jaya Dasha Jaya Ekakiya Nahi Bhaya Bala Harigana Samhita. Krishna Navada. Krishna se tomara, Krishna de tomara. Krishna se tomara, Krishna tomara. Krishna se tomara, Krishna de tomara. Amito. Amito. Krishna Krishna. Oh, Krishna Krishna. Rama Rama. Krishna Krishna. Krishna Krishna Krishna. Ram Ram Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Panchagora Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So we'd like to welcome His Grace Panchagora Prabhu. Hare Krishna Prabhuji, please extend our humble obeisances. Our grace to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much for joining. It's a great fortune to have you here among us on this Tirobhava celebration. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. So please go ahead. Hare Krishna.
Oh, it's time. Okay. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. His Holiness Bhakti Churu Maharaj ki.
Jai.
Well, back in the 90s, I was in Vrindavan, vice president, and I know Bhakti Churu Maharaj was filming the Abhay Charan film, and I'd often run into him around Govardhan or different places where he had everything set up. And just seeing in the very beginning how Prabhupada immediately made him an intimate, engaged him intimately in cooking and serving. Just like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when the Lord appears, he appears with his associates, his Nityasiddha associates. So Srila Prabhupada, his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, sent some wonderful devotees to assist Prabhupada in the mission. Prabhupada said, I have nothing to offer to my Guru Maharaj. I will offer all of you who are serving so nicely on behalf of, this is Prabhupada's humility. And I feel that Bhakti Churu Maharaj also had that same sentiment he was always very, very conscientious to glorify or at least serve his god brothers, and also very conscious and focused on those who have taken shelter, and just in general, out of love and compassion, humility. So remembering the Vaishnavas, the devotees, just whenever we read Srimad Bhagavatam, we're hearing about the conversations of Vidura, Maitreya, and so many personalities, and Chaitanya Leela. We hear about Raghunath Das Goswami, Rupa Goswami, Sanatan, and many, many other devotees. So also we're seeing, as Lord Chaitanya's mission is being spread, that so many devotees, Guru Krishna, Prasaded by Bhakti Lata Bijata, by the mercy of Krishna and Guru, one is enlivened or awakened to spiritual life. And I see that Bhakti Churu Maharaj, he was sent to assist Srila Prabhupada in a wonderful way to spread the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu obviously spread throughout India, but also empowered his close associates. And Srila Prabhupada, I was also watching, following Srila Prabhupada, Brahmananda Prabhu was saying that Dwarkadish in Los Angeles wanted Prabhupada to go back to India. And Prabhupada said, no, all my god brothers are there, they're preaching. My Guru Maharaj sent me to the West to preach. But he was promised by Dwarkadish that, okay, I'll give you even a better temple than you have here. Of course, that's Krishna Balaram Mandir. But in the same way, Prabhupada was empowered to bring devotees from all over the world to really set up this spreading of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sankirtan mission. And Bhakti Churu Maharaj immediately saw the significance and importance of Prabhupada's mission. So putting together a Bhai Charan film for the future generations and for all of us, even immediately, we're just so lucky and so fortunate to be able to participate in any capacity in serving Prabhupada or recognizing the devotees who have served Prabhupada. This das, anudas, this das, the more one can see that you should not feel that, oh, I came so late, so many devotees got the mercy to see Prabhupada and be with Prabhupada. Matter of fact, today, 1976 was the first time I saw Prabhupada physically, because we went for the Washington, D.C. bicentennial there. And Srila Prabhupada was there to show us what real independence is. We were celebrating the independence of America's bicentennial, and Prabhupada was there. In the same way, Prabhupada, he brought this, he ignited India as well. And we can see now that Bharata Bhumita Hoila Manusha Janmajar, Janma Sartha Kori Kara Parupakar. Devotees, they're naturally devotees. And Prabhupada could see that in the beginning, many of the Indian devotees were not taking because of tradition and family, and people were more interested in economic development and security and keeping the family together. Nobody was interested to be renounced and follow the process of bhakti with rules and regulations. But as the society grew and the books were available, now we're seeing how so many have come. And Bhakti Churu Maharaj was very instrumental in spreading this message of Krishna consciousness. And whenever there was any festivals, he'd speak beautifully and very enliveningly about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the Sankirtan mission, about Prabhupada, being faithful to Prabhupada, staying close to this sadhu sangha. The only reason that Prabhupada made the International Society for Krishna Consciousness was so that we can have this sadhu sangha, this association with one another. When we were in Atlanta, maybe 5 years ago, for a Panihati, we were taking a little lunch together with Tejo Prakash and Shruti Kirti and a few others, and Bhakti Churu Maharaj. He was making plans how we can have a scheme to bring all the early devotees back together, keep everyone in the family. Obviously, we're not going to remedy all the shortcomings of our ISKCON society and the leaders and mistakes and this and that, but that's going to happen everywhere and at all times. But we do have a core of devotees who are genuinely, sincerely dedicated to pushing on the mission. And Bhakti True Maharaj was a beautiful example of that, just by his very behavior and his ability to convey the message of Krishna consciousness, and put together the Abhay Charan series. What to speak of nurturing so many disciples and helping to manage the big projects throughout the world. So it's a good time to remember and be enlivened. And Vani and Vapu are two important factors that Prabhupada also introduced to his disciples, because naturally, when we're with our Guru Maharaj or physical proximity, it's very enlivening. But to follow the order of the spiritual master is non-different. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu just saw the Jagannath temple, he offered, prostrate obeisances. They started chanting and dancing. He said the temple is non-different than Lord Jagannath. So Prabhupada's order, Prabhupada's mission is not different than Prabhupada. Sometimes those who are simply attached to the Vapu, just the physical proximity, then when Prabhupada maybe ended his Leela to carry on the mission of his Sankirtan, it becomes very difficult. We have to be attached to both. Obviously, we want to be with Bhakti True Maharaj, because being with him reminds us of Prabhupada and the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All the associates of the Lord are what enliven us. So the more we can remember their activities and their beautiful example, the more enlivened we'll become. So Bhakti True Maharaj was also very, not only in scripture, studying, but also music. He very much, I was studying in Vrindavan from Nandalal Parekh. He was a Vaishnav, nice devotee teaching Vaishnav ragas. And I know that Bhakti True Maharaj was also studying. So he wanted to represent Prabhupada to the fullest by kirtan, bhajan, Bhagavat study, also his, professionalism in treating everyone with respect and enlivening everyone. I'm not sure how much time do I have. Just it was like 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Probably you could go until 11, so we have 10 more minutes.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Is that Radha Raman Maharaj?
Yes, Prabhuji, Radha Raman.
Oh yeah, because we were together in Alachua here, and Maharaj he must have took a flower airplane down to Orlando.
Prabhuji, we cannot hear you now.
You cannot hear me? How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good now. Yeah.
Okay. So I was mentioning that Bhakti Churu Maharaj, and his endeavor was to very much express to the devotees to be dedicated to Prabhupada and Prabhupada's mission. Don't go looking for quick siddha deha or some sort of special accelerated spiritual advancement, going here, going there. Stay in the society. Prabhupada's given us everything, and Bhakti True Maharaj showed by his example that by following the society, associating with devotees, performing our duties of kirtan and sankirtan, these are all very much important to keep us strong and healthy in Krishna consciousness. So Bhakti True Maharaj he set up a beautiful example for all of us to follow. Very dedicated to Prabhupada. And if we can actually follow that example of serving the mission by remembering the great service he performed for Srila Prabhupada, cooking and preaching. So today's a special day. I mean, I just feel very honored whenever we had a chance to be with Bhakti Chur Maharaj in Vrindavan and also in Ujjain. Maharaj was such a wonderful host, very much conscious that all the devotees are being fed and taken care of nicely, just as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would take care of all his devotees. And Srila Prabhupada was very conscientious when we were building the Mayapur. He wanted us to be sure that devotees are comfortable, they have a place to stay, prasadam arrangements are being made nicely. So he was a details person, very much in looking properly, speaking properly, cooking wonderful tasty prasadam, and thinking of ways to broadcast the message of Krishna consciousness all over the world. Just like we had our Ayendra Prabhu in 24-hour Kirtan back in the 90s when the internet was not very big. He was always thinking of ways, how can I spread this chanting of the holy name to reach people all over the world? How to do that? So right from the very beginning, Bhakti Chur Maharaj, I think he may have started this Abhay Charan series in the early 90s. And he was thinking, by making this television, which people are so much addicted to, they can watch Prabhupada Leela, how Prabhupada, born in a Vaishnava family, how he introduced early Rath Yatra, and how he accepted the order of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, and always meditated on his mission, and was very much feeling anxiety. How can I serve my spiritual master? What can I do to serve him? And so each and every series that was being produced by Bhakti Churu Maharaj, his heart was into it, so that when people would see Prabhupada and Prabhupada's mission, how he carried the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu under the order of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, that should also inspire us that yes, we should be determined to do like our Guru Maharaj and our wonderful devotee Bhakti Churu Maharaj did, is preach, participate, be loyal and faithful to our ISKCON society. Not that we're not looking for members, we're looking to save the lives. We're looking to save the lives of devotees from all over the world, and bring people to Krishna consciousness. But as I mentioned, Bhakti Churu Maharaj was very concerned about the devotees who may have left, how to make facilities so that devotees would come back again and keep this association with one another enlivened. His Holiness Bhakti Churu Maharaj ki. Okay. So I think I started a little bit early. I only had 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Panchagora Prabhu, for such a sweet words, and how you mentioned that early days when Maharaj started the Abhay Charan project, like he was in the Vrindavan area, and then and how also you mentioned the point that how Maharaj was so.
Give me 1 minute.
Today we had like few speakers mention the point that you all said that how His Holiness Bhakti Charan Swami Maharaj, he just came to assist Srila Prabhupada in mission, like one of the associates of Prabhupada. I think we are hearing that again and again in today's offering. So thank you so much, Prabhuji. We are very, very grateful to you for taking time and being a part of this.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity.
This Panchagora Prabhu ki jai.
Jai, jai, jai.
Thank you. Haribo.
Haribo.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Thank you.
Jai.
Okay, next, just in 3 minutes, we are scheduled to have His Holiness Sachinandan Swami Maharaj, but we would also like to welcome His Holiness Radharaman Maharaj. Thank you so much for joining us for this. His Holiness Radharaman Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. The schedule is we're going to have His Holiness Sachin Swami Maharaj speak, and then Radha Maharaj will speak for a few minutes. Yes, ma'am. And then we have His Grace Bhattu Gopal Prabhu, right here from North Carolina. He's also a wonderful disciple of Srila Prabhupada, and we just have 2 minutes. So we'll have His Grace Bhattu Gopal Prabhu speak, and then after that, 12 o'clock, we'll have Pushpanjali, and then we'll have Aartis, simultaneous Aartis for the deities, Srila Prabhupada and Guru Maharaj, and then we'll have the Prasada. Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So see, Gaur Krishna Prabhu has just logged in. He'll be waiting for His Holiness Sachin Swami Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Sorry, no, would like to speak. I don't know. Padma, Padma Nayan from my no, no, no. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Maharaj, please accept
Hare
our most
Krishna.
humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you, Maharaj. Thank you so much for joining us for this Tirobhava celebration. So happy to see you. So let's warmly welcome His Holiness Sachidananda Swami Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
It is my great honor to be here. You can see I'm just trying to find something which, please just allow me one here. Yes. Yes. I'm ready now. Sorry. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Maharaj, you're very audible.
Good, 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 good. I'm very delighted to address you all today on the subject matter of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj's passing away. And I do see a few of his dear disciples like Aditi Narayan and his good wife, and also the sister. I cannot see our devotees in the back so very clearly, but I believe the room in which you all sit is the temple room in the temple which was last founded by our Maharaj, that is D-Land. Is it correct? Yes.
Yes, Maharaj, we are in the temple room. Yes.
Yes. Good. So let me start to say something of importance. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Sarasate Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Vaskatyade Satarine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare. And please, everyone, let us all chant together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Yes. My dear devotees, when Pran Govinda Prabhu asked me to contribute something to today's festival, Tirobhava festival, I felt very honored and very immediately I made time, because with our Bhakti Charu Maharaj, I have a great feeling of friendship. In the Shastras it is said, on the poison tree of this world, only two nectarian fruits grow, Shastras and Sadhu Sangha. And I always considered our Bhakti Charu Maharaj a true sadhu in my life, who extended a great deal of transcendental friendship to me. We first met in Sridham Mayapur. I was just returning from Mother Ganga, and I went to what is known as the Long Building. And in the middle of the Long Building, I walked up the staircase because I wanted to go in the shade of this long corridor. And also, I didn't want to be outside just sometimes you meet so many devotees and you I didn't have much time. I needed to be back in my room for a meeting with someone. Then as I stood or as I climbed the staircase and went to this first of the corridors of verandas, I heard behind me someone addressing me in my German mother tongue. He greeted me in a way which only friends greet each other. He said, "Hallo, Alter." This is a very confidential, endearing, intimate greeting in the northern part of Germany, which is known only to a few. And I was surprised. I turned around, and all I saw was a smaller Bengali Vaishnav who I thought, am I hallucinating? It's not possible that someone whose native tongue is Bengali knows this confidential and rare form of greeting. But then he started, this smaller Bengali gentleman started to speak to me in German, and he quickly switched into English, and he invited me up to his room. He had heard about me, and I was very curious to know who he was, and he introduced himself. I don't remember now. I think he was a Swami at that time already. Yes, it must be, but I'm not so good in these type of memories. And we talked. I dropped my other schedule, and I learned he had studied physics in the University of Hamburg, and that's how a lifelong friendship started. A very unexpected, very yeah, as a surprise, really. Maharaj would come regularly to Germany, and I was acting as his translator. And whenever he come, he asked me about what he should speak, and I told him that I would so much love to hear the story of Gopkumar. At that time, there was no Brihad Bhagavatamrita available in the English language, and I had like all the devotees in Germany had been totally fascinated by Bhakti Charu Maharaj's sweet recollection of the Brihad Bhagavatamrita. It was very sweet. He talked about the details of Gopkumar's amazing journey. He also talked about what we call rasa, the deep devotional feelings and emotions of our Gopkumar. And he would just hold all the devotees of who came to hear him speak mesmerized. We would listen to him, and in fact, we felt that he had marched right out of Brihad Bhagavatamrita. He was like an associate of Gopkumar, an angelic messenger, you could say, from the spiritual world, and was very, very inspiring. So he came, I think, each year to Germany for a good amount of time, and we would go on preaching tours together. Mm, we noted how he is very, very adaptable to various circumstances, although he was always like a gentleman. Sometimes we felt we did not give the proper accommodations for him when we would travel. We would eat on the side of fields, German bread with butter and tomatoes and a pinch of salt. He would address large audiences at the main celebration of the Christians, Evangelical Church Day, it is called. It's when millions of people come together. He spoke to them in German. And soon his preaching would extend from Germany to Austria and also Switzerland, where he opened up a very nice community in Oberägeri. Yes. I have talked about our preaching adventures previously, but today I would like to focus on two things. His extraordinary humility and his amazing focus. When we become mindful of a personality like Bhakti Charu Maharaj, we want to become mindful of his qualities so that we perhaps can follow them. I want to read to you something of his own memories. In spite of being the world Acharya, Srila Prabhupada was humble. Once in Amsterdam, when Prabhupada was about to give initiation, the devotees hadn't organized things properly and were making mistakes at every step. I was present at that time. For instance, we needed a throne for 3 deities, Jagannath, Baladev, and Subhadra. But we only knew of 2 deities, Radha and Krishna, Gaunitai. We never had heard and conceived that there are 3 deities. So we made an altar for 2. When Prabhupada saw that the space for Jagannath, for Balaram was missing, he was very disappointed with us and our knowledge. Prabhupada was getting increasingly annoyed. And when he saw that the sacrificial altar had no fruits on it, he was further disappointed. One devotee ran to the kitchen, cut some fruits, and gave the fruit to Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada got still more upset because such fruits are supposed to be uncut. So then comes the point which Bhakti Charu Maharaj remembers. These are his words, no? A hippie who used to come to the temple regularly was present, and he noticed that whenever someone became upset, the devotees would tell that person, "Why don't you chant Hare Krishna?" When this hippie saw that Prabhupada was agitated, he told Prabhupada, "Why don't you chant Hare Krishna?" Prabhupada quietly took his bead back and started to chant. That's a memory which our Maharaj has, and he singled out that memory. I was there at the occasion also, but he singled out this memory because it reflected his own qualities. He was very, very accomplished in many ways. And yes, he could become quite temperamental and intense about things. But what I always witnessed is this moment, this ability to take himself away from everything, which is a quality of real detachment, and then acting out just very humbly. I do remember such a situation when we were in Austria, and we had a preaching program for a good number of people, and there was a man who was just so unpleasant, and he attacked our Maharaj in such with unpleasant words. He was just very very uncultured, I could see. But Maharaj would not defend himself. He was not answer in heavy words or didn't show any sign of being upset. But he just sat down like this and paid his, made his hands in a pranam gesture. He was so humble that I remember one Austrian lady, or one lady who was there for the first time, got up herself, seeing that a true saint was being mollified, and she got on the case of this man. She just slapped him in the face because that was, I think, what he deserved, and told him in no uncertain terms he must get up and leave the hall now because he had offended a true saint. So this is our Maharaj, very saintly, very humble, and anyone could see it. Even an Australian housewife could see it. Like all of us, was of course very shocked when I heard that Maharaj was left his body in the hospital. Very, very much I was shocked and hurt. For 1 week, I stopped all my preaching work, which is very untypical for me. And I just read his book, The Ocean of Mercy, where he describes his time with Srila Prabhupada. And once I had the feeling that the door was opening, sitting in the temple room of our ashram, and Maharaj came into the door and was there and said, "Please don't grieve so much." When I talked a few days ago with Pran Govinda, he also spoke about this mystical presence of our Maharaj. You must remember, no one was allowed to enter the room because there was such a fear of the contagious nature of COVID that just no one was allowed. So they dressed him up in a hygienic dress. And when he finally was able to enter the room, the doctor told him that Maharaj had left just minutes before. So he then chanted the Gajendra Moksha Stava. These are the prayers of Gajendra to Lord Krishna, which are there in the 8th canto of the Bhagavatam. These were favorite prayers of Bhakti Charu Maharaj. If you wish, please look these prayers up and chant them. They are very, very famous, very telling, very deep. Mm, so Pran Govinda Prabhu chanted these prayers only minutes after Maharaj had left the body. But as he chanted them, he had the feeling that Maharaj was there and listening to them. This is the great ability of great devotees. They can be present. And what I, from the perspective of a god brother, so much appreciated with His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj was that he somehow always felt the presence of Srila Prabhupada. And perhaps his greatest contribution to ISKCON is a contribution that will never be forgotten. And that is to make us aware that Prabhupada is there as the founder Acharya of the movement and needs to be respected in that central place. I think you, as his disciples, you have heard him many times highlighting this this transcendent effect. I think Bhakti Charu Maharaj wanted to leave the world and go to Prabhupada. In an earlier statement, in one of his Vyasa Puja addresses to Srila Prabhupada, he had given a particularly touching example of his relationship with Srila Prabhupada. He had said that, Prabhupada, you are always there, although we can't see you, and you are encouraging us to walk, to grow up and walk on our own. And the image which he gave was that of a mother who is hiding behind the curtains, and from that hidden position behind the curtains calls out encouragingly to her little son or daughter, come on, walk, walk, walk. And the child cannot see the mother because she is covered by the curtain, but can hear her calling ever so gently, come, rise, walk. And as the child hears these encouragements, he will make yet another attempt to stand on his own two little feet and walk towards that sound of the mother which is hidden to his view. So this is an image which is very endearing. Bhakti Charu Maharaj heard Prabhupada, although he was had left his body. Prabhupada had left his body by then, but he could still hear him calling him, rise, rise, and come, come, come. And in the process of coming, learning to walk. So others, other of my god brothers remember having said that he felt he had done everything that Prabhupada had asked him. And when I visited him for the last time in D-Land, that property where you are now sitting, I asked him if he felt he wanted to offer Prabhupada something more. And he said, Maharaj, I've translated the books, I have into Bengali, Prabhupada wanted this to be a high class Bengali so that his countrymen would get the right impression. I have built a temple in 1 year, you know, that Ujjain Mandir. And maybe I should turn my attention towards cow protection. He said he would leave the project in a few days to attend one conference on cow protection. But as as a friend, I mean, I want to say I was a friend. He invited me into his friendship. I'm a very, I would always say, I'm your younger barbarian brother from barbarian countries. He was so much more accomplished and so much more pure in his heart that I cannot really call myself his friend because friends means an equal relationship. But he called me his friend and he invited me into this. And I had the feeling that really he had done everything and his heart was yearning for Prabhupada's association. Yes, he said he wanted cow protection. He wanted to do cow protection. But when I looked outside, there was one cow or one bull. The land is very sandy. There's not so much ability to grow grass. So I thought he is in his mind thinking of returning to Prabhupada. And therefore, I want to encourage you, his departure was not untimely. It was all according to plan, a transcendental plan, but a plan. I will ask now Gokrishna to get something which I want to read to you. It was a lecture where he seemed to have foretold his departure. It's in my green notebook. This, by the way, please show Gokrishna. This is Gokrishna. His father and mother are devotees or disciples of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj, and Bhakti Charu Maharaj took very much care of him when he was a small little boy. Good. So the green notebook, there it is. It was a lecture which he gave in Ujjain, and it is available on YouTube or internet. I do not know. I will give you the date of the lecture so you will be able to easily find it. And it is very, very prophetic, the lecture, almost as if he foretells about or talks about his own departure. It will give your heart solace, and it will also make you think a little bit. So this is a lecture, maybe Aditya Narayan. You can note it down. Given on the 27th of March, 2020. No? It is there. So here I will read this now. Today I was reflecting on what we usually pray. We expect that we can leave our bodies surrounded by devotees. But in a situation like this, I think he must have talked during the COVID time, but in a situation like this, we may not have devotee association. We may be in a hospital. No devotee will be allowed to come near us due to the contagious nature of this disease. We won't be able to hear about Krishna. We won't be able to think about Krishna. We won't be able to remember Krishna. This means, he explains, that others will not remind us of Krishna. There are no others. And now listen to his words of wisdom. I think they are so important for each devotee. So we have to depend upon Krishna ourselves. We have to pray to Krishna with all our hearts that Krishna, please, please, don't allow me to forget you. Please let me remember you at this most difficult time when I'm going to leave my body. Now the situation is such that I have become bereft of the association of your devotees. You have mentioned that the association of devotees is the spiritual sky. Association of devotees is your internal potency. Now I have become unable to have that association. So please let me remember you on my own. And I depend upon you. Please don't allow me to forget you. Please. This is my only prayer. And then the end of this is, so these difficulties are coming to make us more Krishna conscious. These difficulties are coming to remind us that we have to use all our means, all our resources, and all our ability to become Krishna conscious. These difficulties are coming to remind us that we have to use all our means, all our resources, and all of our ability to become Krishna conscious, to remember Krishna all the time and never forget him. This is the time we are going to face the challenge. So remember Krishna all the time and never forget him. I suggest that Gokrishna can send this typed out version of this lecture to Aditya Narayan Prabhu, and those of you who wish to have it, you can please contact Aditya Narayan and he can send it to you. So that, yes, this is a very inspiring passage of his lectures. On this day, we cannot ignore to remember or to say what is on our heart. We miss him. He is a unique personality. We all, disciples like you and God brothers like me and others, we were totally affected and in a very positive, profound way by him. And we felt shelter. When there's a Vaishnava like this and we are connected, we do feel his shelter. And we feel, oh yeah, in this wide world, this wide cosmos, There's so many stars, so many galaxies, and we are all alone. But when there's such a Vaishnava, we don't feel so alone. We feel, yes, he is a personality I can find shelter with. When that is not there, then we miss him. That is good. We had to learn to live in Prabhupada's absence. And I'm telling this now to you as an uncle, as a well-wisher. We learned something in this very difficult time after Prabhupada. Something which I think would be good for all of you to learn. You can have you can have the association of a great personality, even though he is departed, by following his instructions. I will end with something I found here. In his book, I think you have this book also. On page 110, he speaks about the order of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to spread Krishna consciousness. And he says, Bhakti Charu Maharaj says, one might feel unqualified to take up such an important responsibility, but there is no need to feel that way. Just as there were various types of birds, some like sparrows that flew around the courtyard, some that could fly from one country to another, and others that flew from one continent to another. People were different too. Each could preach according to his ability. Some could preach to friends and neighbors, while others could go from one country to another. The whole world needed Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada spoke like this, and Bhakti Charu Maharaj spoke like this. Take up the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Some of his audience were simple villagers who would never think of leaving their village or so on. But he pointed out a principle. Following the instructions of a great personality, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Prabhupada, His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj, that brings us immediately into his close contact again. So I wish all his disciples, all his friends, all his well-wishers, the strength of mind, the strength of heart to follow these instructions and feel connected. You are mostly disciples of his. Remember those things he told you personally, so that you can, how do you say, cherish these instructions. Follow them to your best ability. I thank you very much. I have come to the end of my little presentation here. I will request, yes. Prabhus, I can see Aditya Narayan very clearly, but I cannot see you clear. Would you mind to just come a little bit forward to where Aditya Narayan is? Or you can bring the computer perhaps near to the devotees. That's maybe easier. I want to see you. Yes, now it's better. Ah, yes. Now I can see.
Yeah, His Holiness
Hi, Radha Raman Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Radha Raman Maharaj is my Vrindavan Guru. He has guided me in the first Vachmanda Parikram. Then I see another devotee next to you. Yes, Hare Krishna. Oh,
His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami Maharaj is here.
oh, Jayaveda Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare
Hare Krishna. I can see you. Yes, yes.
His Grace Bhattu Gopal Prabhu.
Oh, yes. I do know your two daughters, Bhatta Gopal Prabhu. Yes, yes. And yes, yes. Yeah, I can see. Yes, yes, many of you. I know, I've seen. Oh, Hare Krishna, our good dancing Prabhu. Yes, I know. Yes, yes, yes. Hare Krishna. Thank you. My dear devotees, I'm so grateful that I had this opportunity to address all of you. It is a time of a great thoughtfulness because, yes, many of our great devotees are leaving us, and it is important to see while they are still amongst us, let us learn from them what they individually can give from their lifelong practice. Let us keep them in honor. Let us have a good devotee association, service mood amongst ourselves. As I'm sorry, I'm a little long-winded, but what to do? He was just a very personal friend, and then one is not just only in the intelligence, one is with one's emotions. So I will not hold you up any further here. Thank you very much, and all the best for you, and Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much. Such a Haribo! Thank you so much, Maharaj. It was so profound to hear everything that you said, starting off with your memories in Mayapur and how that created that lifelong friendship, and also talking of the mood of unity that Maharaj actually had. And then bringing up that letter, I think that's so profound. Thank you so much for bringing up that letter from March. And it's like, as you said, this one is like Maharaj is already, telling that this is, it's something that's going to come. But also a point for each one of us to think that finally it is our connection with Krishna that we have to really develop. So thank you so much, Maharaj. We are so grateful to you that you took up this time to be a part of the festival. And we are very honored to have you here. Thank you so much. I think on behalf of all of us, we are extremely, extremely happy to and fortunate to have your presence here. His Holiness Sachidananda Swami Maharaj ki.
Yes, yes. And before I go, let me just say that Gokrishna will send this transcript. It's a transcript of a lecture to Aditya Narayan, and you can collect it from him. It's really one piece of Vaishnava instruction that is something very deep and very profound and very helpful. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Bhakti Charu Maharaj, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. His Holiness Sachidananda Swami Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we'll continue with the program now. So we'd like to invite His Holiness Radharaman Maharaj. Maharaj, please. आप बोलिए 10-15 मिनट
इधर कर दें, इस साइड में कर दें, ये इधर रखिए, दिस साइड। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे। Today we are celebrating Tirobhava Tithi, disappearance day of Param Puja, His Holiness Bhakticharu Swamiji Maharaj. Usually this festival is not very much dear to devotee, because that is the day when we get bereft of the association of devotees of caliber of Bhakticharu Swami Maharaj. However, in one sense, devotee appreciate even this festival, because a pure devotee concludes his seva in here, in this material world, seva for Krishna, Guru, and he enters in the spiritual realm, and he engage himself in the spiritual sky in the personal contact, seva of Krishna, Radha Krishna. So in that sense, sometime this festival, this utsav is also appreciated by devotee, because that devotee concludes all his seva in earthly planet and goes to Vaikuntha. So Param Pujya, His Holiness Bhakticharu Swami Maharaj, he was like embodiment of decency, decent in every sense. Language he was speaking very sweet, and his personality as a person, good looking, very decent personality. And same times in Eshakan, so far I know, he is the in one sense fastest growing devotee in our society on Eshakan. We know Maharaj came to Mayapur during 77 festival, Gaur Purnima time, and Prabhupada was present. He took initiation, both initiation together, Harinam and Brahman initiation. This is very rare, but somehow Prabhupada is very much, he got received initiation, both initiation in Gaur Purnima time. And next Purnima, one of very celebrated festival that called Snan Purnima. And there in my Jagannath Puri, they celebrate Snan Yatra, bathing ceremony. At that time, hardly Chaitra, Vaishakh, and Jesh Purnima. Just in 1990 days, if that was not let's say Adhik Mas, if I don't know whether it was Adhik Mas, if between Adhik Mas to hardly 120 days, otherwise in 90 days, first initiation and sannyasation just been 90 days. So in that sense, he was the fastest growing devotee. And Maharaj was initiated by Prabhupada. Prabhupada awarded initiation in Mayapur. And just within weeks, not in he was recruited as a personal seva, personal service in Srila Prabhupada. And then up to last moment, we know Prabhupada disappeared 77, same year, on 14th of November. So Maharaj joined Srila Prabhupada in his personal seva and traveled from Mayapur to Bombay. From Bombay, Prabhupada went to Delhi and again eventually Rishikesh. So Maharaj was there as a servant, personal servant. There were other devotees also. He was one of the personal servant of Srila Prabhupada. Especially probably he was cooking for Srila Prabhupada. And then Srila Prabhupada returned from Rishikesh back to Vrindavan. It was approximate middle of or last of May. And then there in Vrindavan. And then he was always, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj was always with Srila Prabhupada. Only absence after initiation that when Prabhupada came to one point near Krishna Janmashtami, Prabhupada came to England. He was Prabhupada supposed to come to America, but since Prabhupada's health was not so good, so he come up to England, and from there Prabhupada returned to Bombay, and from Bombay to Vrindavan. So at that time only, when Prabhupada was in England for few weeks, only that was that time Maharaj Bhakti Charu Maharaj went to Mayapur, and as soon as Prabhupada returned, arrived in India again, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj joined him. And up to the last moment, Prabhupada's departure, Prabhupada's disappearance, 14th of November, is by evening time. Up to last moment, Maharaj was in his personal service. So we can understand he was one of the most glorious as well as one of the most dear disciple of Srila Prabhupada. And he was a Vice I've been beginning in little remembrance. I don't know whether I am describing the quality or actually remembrance. Maharaj's name was, parents given name was Kishore. Kishore, this was in. And then Prabhupada gave him name Shir Chor Gopinath. This was the promise. With this name, hardly Maharaj was for 90 days, and again his name changed. Just this brahmachari name was 3 months. And then, of course, His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. So, Kishore, then Shir Chor Gopinath, and then His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. From this particular, the many things. And Bhagavatam says that Yasyasti Bhaktir Bhagavatya Kinchana Sarve Gunas Tatra Samashate Sura. In Srimad Bhagavatam described that if someone develops devotional attitude, devotional service, then all the demigods resides in that personality with their good quality. Even some demigods have some bad quality. When they enter in the existence, the personality of a devotee, pure devotee, then they cast away the bad quality, only with good quality. Yasyasti bhaktir bhagavatya kinchana sarve gunas tatra samasate sura. All the good quality, all the qualities take shelter in the personality of a pure devotee. So, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj of that caliber, we can even think, we can even count the good quality of Param Puja, His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. At this particular occasion, I offer my humble obeisance in the lotus feet of Bhakti Charu Maharaj. And some beg also some prayer, begging that please grant us the bhav, the attitudes, bhakti in the lotus feet of Krishna. One thing, if time is there, one past time, an incident which took place with us in Vrindavan. I exactly don't remember either it was 2019 or maybe 18. So we were doing Braj Mandal Parikrama, Chaurashi Kosh Parikrama in month of Kartik. And our party or group was living in the Radha Kund. One day, most people know the appearance of Radha Kund. However, that is the day where many people take bath, holy deep in Radha Kund midnight. 12 o'clock midnight is considered to be very auspicious. That day, we were in Radha Kund and Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj came. So we escorted him and we walked to Radha Kund. Daytime, approximately 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock daytime. I was also there because I was part of Parikrama management. So Bhakti Charu Maharaj came and we went to Radha Kund. You know, Radha Kund Sangam, confluence of Radha Kund and Shyam Kund. That called Sangam Ghat. So Bhakti Charu Maharaj came there and that then a wedding ceremony was performed. Bhakti Charu Maharaj took bath, took holy deep with a ceremonial process, ceremonial way. So Bhakti Charu Maharaj first dip, who take dip, in Radha Kund, and some Brahmin, they invited some Brahmin, they chanted different types of mantra, invocation, Vedic mantra. And then Maharaj came out from Radha Kund and entered Shyam Kund. And there also he take holy dip. And then mantra chanted, Vedic mantra, Brahmana, priest where they were chanting mantra. And then from Shyam Kund again Maharaj came to took bath in Radha Kund 3 times. 2 times in Radha Kund and 1 time in Shyam Kund. At that time, we were very much curious why here 1 time and then go to Shyam Kund and again Radha Kund. So Maharaj talks us after the ceremony wedding that it is the very traditional, considered authentic way to take bath in that particular day. Afterward, Radha Maharaj came and gave us evening time lecture, and the lecture was concerning importance of Radha Kund and Giraji Govardhan. And in that time, Maharaj recited one prayer from Narottam Das Thakur. It's a long prayer, but I am not going to talk about in if Bengali language. Narottam Das Thakur. Kobe Govardhana Giri হেরিব নয়ন ভরি কবে হবে রাধা কুণ্ডে বাস ভ্রমিতে ভ্রমিতে কবে এ দেহ পতন হবে কহে দিন নরোত্তম দাস মহারাজের শোক কবে গোবর্ধন গিরি হেরিব নয়ন ভরি ও শ্রীমতী রাধা রানী হে কৃষ্ণ when I will become fortunate enough to see Giriraji Govardhan face to face with my full satisfaction. Kobe Govardhana Giri Heri Banayana Bhari, and then Kobe Habe Radha Kunde Bas. When I will get opportunity to live right on the bank of Radha Kund. Narottam Das is prayer. And next, Bhramite Bhramite Kobe Edeha Patana Habe Kohe Dina Narottam Das. Srimati Radha or Srimati Radha He Krishna, when I will get opportunity to Bhramite Bhramite, going, visiting from one forest to other forest, there are 12 forests. Bhramite Bhramite, going, stepping from one, my bodily energy will be exhausted. My mental energy will be completely exhausted. My sensual seeing and hearing exhausted. And I will fall down on the dust of Braj forever. So Maharaj spoke a very nice, very, very nice explanation or glorification in Giriraji Govardhan, and also glorification of Radha Kund. and also importance also to living right on the bank of Radhakund. So I think I should stop here. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Srila Bhaktichara Swami Maharaj Ji ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Hare Krishna. So thank you so much. Radha Raman Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you all for joining us. So we're so happy and to see all you wonderful Vaishnavas. We have so many senior Vaishnavas amongst us, giving us your wonderful association. Next, we would like to invite His Grace Baddu Gopal Prabhu. Would you please come? And also, we would like to invite Mother Vegavati, Mother Swarga. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Hare Krishna. Haribol. So we'll be hearing from you this evening, right? This afternoon. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So after Prabhuji speaks, then we'll have the Pushpanjali and then the Aarti. Hare Krishna.
Vanshakalupatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. In the very beginning of Bhagavad Gita, you know, Sanjaya reports to Dhritarashtra that King Duryodhana, he was the king at that time, became a little concerned by seeing the military arrangement of the Pandavas. They had no resources. It was expected that they would have great difficulty raising an army even. They were unable to collect taxes and so on. They had no access to the royal treasury. So when Duryodhana looked out and he saw this wonderful arrangement of the enemy, of the Pandavas, he became concerned. So he went to his teacher, Dronacharya. Dronacharya had taught all of the Kurus, the Pandavas, as well as the sons of Dhritarashtra. He taught them all the military art as children. And so Duryodhana went to him and said, just look and see this wonderful arrangement made by your very intelligent disciple. This is Drishtadyumna, disciple of Dronacharya also. So this was a little bit of a subtle accusation, or how is it that you gave this military knowledge to Drishtadyumna, now here he's assembled this army against us? Shame on you. Of course, you know, he's being very diplomatic and subtle. What he intended was to make sure that Drona and the others would not pull any punches just on the grounds that the opposing army was composed of his students. When Srila Prabhupada talked about this verse in one purport, or in one lecture, he explained the situation. Maharaj Drupad and Dronacharya had some problems. And Maharaj Drupad had performed sacrifices, I suppose, in order to get a son who could kill Dronacharya. Drishtadyumna was that son. Dronacharya, Srila Prabhupada said, knew very well that Drishtadyumna would kill him in the future. Still, when the boy came to him as a student for education, he accepted him. Prabhupada said that is the duty of the Brahmin. His duty is to impart knowledge, is to educate. Never mind that later on he's going to be the cause of my death. Prabhupada says that Drona is thinking, everyone dies one day or another, but duty is necessary. Hearing this recently, I started thinking about Srila Prabhupada. He accepted thousands and thousands of disciples. And surely, as a great transcendentalist, as a great yogi, mystic bhakti yogi, he certainly understood that very many of those, probably, at least some of those disciples would be disappointing, at least. Nevertheless, as a dutiful Vaishnava Brahmin, he accepted. If you come to me to hear about Krishna, I will teach you about Krishna. One time in Dallas, Srila Prabhupada said that if you see a spark of Krishna consciousness, you have to fan it. So, considering that, how many times Srila Prabhupada must have given initiation with full knowledge that this wasn't at least going to be immediately very successful. How happy he must have been when somebody like Bhakti True Maharaj came to him. I was just picturing Srila Prabhupada's inner joy whenever somebody would come forward who was qualified to be a disciple, right? Whose initiation was going to be successful, right? No doubt. How he must have been happy. Of course, he never played favorites, really. He was always encouraging and dutifully playing the role of spiritual master to everyone, but privately in his heart, I can only think that he must have been so happy. I think I probably met Bhakti True Maharaj for the first time, at least associated with him for the first time in Radhadesh, maybe 1988 or something like that. And he had come there to lend some stability to a zone which had been very much shocked and shaken. So naturally, he was, by his preaching and by his calm presence, by his reassurances, everyone was encouraged and brought back to calmness and optimism. He did a wonderful thing there. But the one incident that stands out to me, and it's somewhat related to that earlier point about Drishtadyumna and Dronacharya, is that Maharaj, when he was there, was very fond of stinging nettles. I don't know if you've ever walked into a patch of stinging nettles. It's an experience. They're ferocious. And along one wall down below the Radhadesh castle there was a great, I don't know what you call it, a nest of stinging nettles. You have to almost think of them as deliberately aggressive. But Maharaj would ask one of my godbrothers to go every day and collect as many stinging nettles as he could. It was difficult work. And he would bring them back, and then Maharaj would cook. And he would make these wonderful preparations out of these stinging nettles. So to take something that is aggressive, nasty, to be avoided at all costs, and to turn it into something wonderful, that's the magic of a great devotee of Krishna. Krishna lends his devotees that mystic power to transform something from the most undesirable to the most desirable. So surely Srila Prabhupada was thinking, now Krishna, or my spiritual master, has sent me this wonderful devotee, Bhakti Charu Swami, and I can be completely confident that in future he will carry on the work of gradually changing these nettles into something worthwhile, something valuable, real devotees of Krishna. And that's what I think of when I think of Maharaj. How he was indefatigably determined to bring out the best in everyone. And he knew very well that some of us have so many defects, so many disqualifications. He never allowed that to interfere with his kindness, with his mercy. Personally, he was so kind to me and to my family. There's no way that an ordinary person like myself can even understand how that's possible. But thinking of that great happiness that Srila Prabhupada must have felt, I can somewhat understand how a great personality like Bhakti Charu Maharaj comes into the world, does wonderful, unimaginable things, blesses everyone, and then just as mysteriously, when the time is right, disappears from our sight again. So in the third canto of the Bhagavatam, there's a nice purport where Prabhupada says that he's talking about Paramahamsa. He says, to be Paramahamsa means to be free from envy, absolutely free from envy. And certainly that is the case with Bhakti Charu Maharaj. Prabhupada says that Bhaktivinoda Thakur prayed for a son who could spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. And he said, and now Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, that son, is currently, at present, preaching and spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world. Now, this is many years after the apparent departure of Bhaktisiddhanta. The Prabhupada uses the present tense. He is preaching Krishna consciousness all over the world through his disciples. So this is the responsibility to represent the spiritual master who remains present. I never liked that expression, Nitya Lila Pravishta, because I never thought that these great acharyas would just, go off and enjoy their eternal pastimes with Krishna, neglecting this Krishna consciousness movement. How is that possible? So surely all of our great acharyas remain present with us we may not be able to see, as Satchidananda Maharaj nicely said, behind the curtain, but they remain present with us. And the more that we can follow, the more that we can dedicate ourselves to continuing their work, then the more clearly we'll be able to see. Srila Prabhupada once said, form direction. By chanting, gradually form and direction will come. I always thought that was interesting. At some point, to be able to see, oh, there, my spiritual master is there. He's been there all the time. Over that way. That's the way to go. So we can only pray to Krishna to be able to dedicate ourselves again and again and again and again to that work. All of us nettles can hope to be turned into a wonderful preparation to be offered to Krishna by a great personality like Bhakti Shri Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Bhatugopal Prabhu. Such a wonderful presentation. It's a nice point to meditate. What's it called? Thinking needles? Needles. Okay, to a beautiful preparation. It's a nice point we can meditate. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Thank you. So, Purnasana Prabhu is there? Yes. We are ready for Pushpanjali? Yeah. Okay, so now we'll have Pushpanjali. We request everyone, you can stand up. We'll come close. We'll offer Pushpanjali to His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, and then we will have Artiks for Prabhupada, His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, and Shri Gaur Nitai. So we request everyone to join us for this Pushpanjali ceremony. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki, His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki. Three times three. Oh, really? 3 times 3 because every time we do it, so that will confuse, right? So explain whatever you say. We have the pattern. Not that many. Not that many. Hare Krishna. So we are passing out the petals for the Pushpanjali. So we are going to offer 3 times the petals to Maharaj. And every time we offer, we actually do it 3 times. So technically, it's 9 times. So anyway, you get the petals. So just be mindful that we are going to offer this few times. Okay. I request his disciples can come all the way in front, please. Okay, so we can chant the Mangalacharan prayers. Please join me. Om Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्य देवं श्री राधा कृष्ण पादान सहगना ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचारु स्वामी इति नामिने स्निग्धचेता सुप्रणेता वाग्मिनां च रसप्लुतं प्रभुपाद्गत प्राणा नौमि भक्तिचरूपदं नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती इति नामिने श्रीवार्षभानवी देवी दयिताय कृपाधे कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः माधुर्योज्वल प्रेमाध्या श्री रूपानुगा भक्तिदा श्री गौर करुणा शक्ति विग्रहाय नमोस्तुते नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्ते दीनतारिणे रूपनुगा विरुद्धाप सिद्धांत द्वंतहारिणे नमो गौर किशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्य मूर्तये विप्रलंब रसाम्बोधे पदाम्बुजाय ते नमः नमो भक्ति विनोदाय सच्चिदानंद नामिने गौर शक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपनुगवरायते गौरविर्भाव भूमेस्त्वं निर्देष्ट स्वजन प्रिय वैष्णव सार्वभौमा श्री जगन्नाथाय ते नमः वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यस्य कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेमा प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामने गौरतिशे नमः पंचतत्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूप स्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्त शक्तिकं हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगतपते गोपेशा गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते जयतां सुरतोर्पंगो ममो मंदर मतेर्गति मत्सर्वस्य पदाम्भोजो राधा मदन मोहन दिव्य वृंदारण्य कल्पद्रुमदः श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थो श्रीमद्राधा श्रील गोविंद देवो प्रेष्ठालिभिः सेव्यमानो स्मरामि श्रीमन्रासरसारम्भी वंशीवत ततस्थितः कर्षण्वेनो सुनिर्गोपी गोपीनाथ श्रेयस्तुनः तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंदा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचारु स्वामी इति नामिने स्निग्धचेत सुप्रणीत वाग्मिनां च रसप्लुतं प्रभुपाद्गत प्राण नौमि भक्ति चरूपदम् एषा पुष्पाञ्जलिः एषा पुष्पाञ्जलिः एषा पुष्पाञ्जलिः नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचारु स्वामी इति नामिने स्निग्धचेत सुप्रणीत वाग्मिनां च रसप्लुतं प्रभुपाद्गत प्राण नौमि भक्ति चरूपदम् एषा पुष्पाञ्जलिः एषा पुष्पाञ्जलिः एषा पुष्पाञ्जलिः नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचारु स्वामी इति नामिने स्निग्धचेत सुप्रणीत वाग्मिनां च रसप्लुतं प्रभुपाद्गत प्राण नौमि भक्ति चरूपदम् एषा पुष्पाञ्जलिः एषा पुष्पाञ्जलिः एषा पुष्पाञ्जलिः श्रील भक्तिचरु स्वामी महाराज की श्रील भक्तिचरु स्वामी महाराज की श्रील भक्तिचरु स्वामी महाराज की Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Tirobhava Mahamahotsav ki jai. Hare Krishna.
If you can play, I don't see him. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Maharaj ki jai. Samsara dhava nararita loka Ranaya karuna gana gana nararita loka Raptasya kayana gunanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Gunanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Mahaprabhu ki Dana Nritya Gita Vani Pramadyan Manaswarasena Vani Pramadyan Manaswarasena Romanchakapa Shrutarangabhadro Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Shri Vigrahara Nityanana Shringaratan Mandiramarjanado Yuktasya Bhaktam Janiyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Kunjatopi Vande Guru Charanaravinda Chaturvida Shri Bhagavat Prasada Vadhanatrevan Hari Bhakta Sangha Vadhanatrevan Hari Bhakta Sangha Ritvaivadritim Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Shiradhika Madhavayara Para Madhurya Leela Gunarupa Namna. Pratikranasa Dhanalolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Dhanalolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Nikundrayona Ratikeli Sevyai Yaya Nibilyukira Pekshaniya Tata Tridaksha Rativalabhya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Shakshadhari Prena Samasta Shastre Rukasata Bhavyasa Eva Sadhi Kintu Prabhuya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Yasya Prashadha Bhagavat Prashadha Yasya Prashadha Nagati Kutopi Jaya Subhan Satyaya Shastitanya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda 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 Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Himate Bhakti Charu Swami Nithinamine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Himate Bhakti Charu Swami Nithinamine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Primamine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Vaishya Deshatarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Desha Shunyavadi Vaishya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Prabhu Nityananda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Bhakti Charu Sami Guru Deva. Jaya Bhakti Charu Sami Guru Maharaj. Jaya Bhakti Charu Sami Guru Maharaj. Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jaya Vaishnava Prabhu, Jaya Vaishnava Prabhu, Jaya Vaishnava Prabhu, Jaya Vaishnava Prabhu. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Gaurani Sai, Jaya Gaurani Sai, Jaya Gaurani Sai, Jaya Gaurani Sai. Jai Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Holiness, Bhakti Charu Swami, Guru Maharaj ki jai. La Prabhupada ki jai.
Right.
His Holiness, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki jai. His Holiness, Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki jai. His Holiness, Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavin ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Ram Sriho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sarigo Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shantam Radha Krishna Giri Govardhan ki jai. Vrindavan ki jai, Navadvitam ki jai, Vandamai ki jai, Ramanamai ki jai, Bhakti Devi ki jai, Tulsi Devi ki jai, Kamadev Bhakti ki jai, Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai, Shri Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki jai, Gaura Premanandini, Gaura Premanandini, Gaura Premanandini. All glories to the Son of the Days, all glories to the Son of the Days, all glories to the Son of the Days, all glories to Sri Sri Guru and God.
Though you sing low, but I don't speak low. Nagoya, Nagoya, Vidaya, Sita. I hear you sing low, Vidaya, sing low.
Hare Krishna. His Honor Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki. Hare Krishna. So we'd like to welcome everyone. Thank you all for being a part of this Tirobhava festival, and particularly we warmly welcome His Grace Jananivas Prabhu. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. His Grace Jananivas Prabhu ki jai. So we'd like to warmly welcome Prabhu. Thank you so much. With the whole TOVP team is here. So very, very fortunate. These wonderful Vaishnavas are here to bless us with their association. So let's welcome the entire TOBP team. There's a whole group here. Haribol! And
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada K. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj K. Very, very happy to be here on this very, very auspicious day. The Tirobhava of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj in D-Land. We'll be having a program, the TOB program on glorification by Janani Vas Prabhu and myself at 6 p.m., 5 to 6 p.m., something like that. But we also wanted to take this opportunity, those who are present here, we are traveling all over North America and Canada this time, and we are asking everybody to participate in building this largest Vedic temple in Sridham, Mayapur, the temple of Vedic planetarium, the desire of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. So we have several opportunities are there. We'll be putting a table in where you are having prasadam, and please visit our table, and so that if you are not going to be present in the evening session, so you all have an opportunity right now to participate in building this temple. Also, there will be the Shakari and the Paduka of Lord Nityananda Prabhu, which will be there, and Janani Vas Prabhu, the head pujari of Sridham Mayapur, is here, will be giving you the blessings to each and everybody. So let's take this opportunity. Let us glorify His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj by participating in building this temple for His pleasure. Thank you all so very much. Hare Krishna.
thank you so much, Rajalas Prabhu. Prabhuji is doing such amazing seva with the whole team. He's heading up this TOVP, traveling all over the different parts of North America, and we are really fortunate to have Prabhu's presence here, and all glories to his wonderful seva. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. His Grace Rajalas Prabhu ki jai. So Sunanda Prabhu is here, a part of the TOVP team. His Grace Sunanda Prabhu ki jai. Hare Krishna. So our next program is Prasadam is being served. So we can go ahead towards the dining room for Prasadam, and please come back sharp at 3:20. We are going to start off with His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj. We'll have wonderful offerings. We have many senior devotees here who have not got an opportunity to speak. So in the afternoon from 3:20 onwards, we'll have Giriraj Swami Maharaj, and we have His Holiness Hridayananda Swami Maharaj, Udayananda Prabhu. So many wonderful senior Vaishnavas will be blessing. And for us, this is actually the best way to honor His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, to actually hear these glorifications, to actually absorb ourselves in the points that these wonderful God brothers and God sisters are sharing. So we are very fortunate to have the association. So we request all of you, please be back by 3:20 as we continue with the second session in the afternoon. Thank you all so much for joining us. So we proceed for Mahaprasada. Bhagavat Mahaprasad ki Mahaprasade Govinde Nama Brahmani Vaishnave Kalpa Punyam Kritam Raja Vishwaso Deva Jayate Sharira Vidyaja Jodendriya Tahika Jiva Pale Vishya Sagare Dharmate Jivayati Lobhamaya Sudurmati Takita Katina Samsare Krishna Paradaya Moy Tori Bhara Jivajai Swaprasada Bhilabhai Senamrita Pao Radha Krishna Gunagao Premidhato Shri Chaitanya Nitai Jai Nimai Jai Nitai
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Rama Hare Hare Sri Bhagavad Mahaprasad ki Srila Prabhupada ki and Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Hare Krishna